right there. Coming up shortly.
Yo, yo!
Always
Hold
put
up.
cheese and grooves
All
in
right,
your
we're good.
Of course.
Are we
Chips.
good?
Chips plus
Let me
sandwich
just
equals
check.
perfect lunch.
We live?
Don't forget the pickle. It's
Yeah, I think
kind
we're
of a
live.
big deal.
Yeah, we're
Cheese
live.
and grooves.
Yo,
Chips
what's
made with
good,
100%
everybody?
Real cheese. Dang.
You ready for the NBA draft?
Fuel rewards program, you'll
Bro, I've
receive
been
instant
waiting
gold
for this
status and
day
get the rewards you
since
deserve
I
for
found out
free.
that we got to keep the pick.
Get rewarded at
I'm
show
excited
with
about
instant
this,
gold
bro.
status. Join now at fuelrewards.com/gold or
I'm gonna also be hunting for rumors. Like, let me see. I'm looking for rumors, bro.
Come and see our remodeled stores when you carry out.
Is there
large
anything so
McStuffing
far?
pizzas for $7.99 each every day.
Is there anything so far? I got the vertical open. I got Mark Stein open. I got Waj open. I got everything open, goddammit. We're ready. We are ready. 67 people in here live. Yo, the commercials are in here. Screw the commercials right now. But it's going to be a good time, guys. Now, I don't know how much of the actual draft I could show, but I'm going to do my best to show you guys as much as possible. We all know that the picks typically get spoiled anyway, so yeah, let me also open up Real GM. Real GM is one of my favorite sources. Real GM was already open. Real GM is amazing at finding these, man. So I'm also going to show you guys all the picks before they come out. I'm going to try to show you guys the screen a little bit. And of course, you know I love showing y'all love, so here we go. What do you mean Magic is not at our facility? Yeah, I heard the rumors that the Lakers may take De'Aaron Fox. He said, fuck the draft. I'm watching the draft with the FlightMike. Yo, every 200 likes, your boy's gonna hit a very horrible, cringe-worthy dab. So, yeah, I'm gonna keep promoting that stuff, man. I'm blessed to have you guys supporting me. We've been growing a lot lately. 1,000 subscribers in the past week alone, man. They said your boy fell off, but you guys didn't let that happen. So a huge shout out to you guys. Throughout the draft, if there's anything I could do to make it better for y'all, let me know. And yeah, if you're mods, if you're watching this, it's gonna get really AIDS up in here, man. People are gonna be mad that I'm not showing the full draft. I'm gonna need you to step that shit up. We gotta make sure there's no negativity in here, man. We gotta make sure there's no negativity. It's a good day, it's a fun day, and we're gonna have a good time. Yo, if you retweet the tweet that I just sent out, you're gonna see your name on my Twitter. You're gonna see it on the screen right now. So it looks like Jonas Valanciunas may be moved. That's some news that we're getting. I don't know who Michael Grange is, which it's gonna be hard hunting for everything, but I'm gonna do my best, man. I am gonna do my absolute best. We all know that Kristaps Porzingis was on the trade block. We know LaMarcus Aldridge may be moved, Jimmy Butler may be moved, Paul George may be moved, and yo, give me a 1 up in the chat if you think Phil Jackson is an idiot. Like, straight up, I think the guy's a moron. I don't know what that dude's doing anymore. Since the draft hasn't officially started, here, let me turn on low power mode on this. So, bro, my phone dies every time I give y'all love, but it's worth it. It's definitely worth it. All right, I'm gonna give y'all some Instagram love. You know how we do. Gonna give you guys that Snapchat love. You know how we do. Gotta show love to everyone. There you go. Ooh. Oh, no signal. It's going to come up. It's going to come up. Boom! I'm so excited about today, guys. I'm incredibly excited about today. What's good, Lakerhead? What's good, everybody? What's good? Oh, there you go. There you go. Names are popping up. You guys are hype? Yo, the Lakers didn't trade their pick for Porzingis. We're not doing this. Okay, we're not doing this. It'd be all over Twitter right now. It would be all over Twitter. Like, like, why are y'all trying to troll me like that? All right, commercials back yet? God dang it. And hold on, let me just make sure if I turned off my display in, man. Oh yeah, because I gotta turn off that battery stuff, otherwise it's not gonna work, huh? All right, there we go. Should work now. Shout out to you guys showing me love up in here, bro. Still waiting for... Damn, there's so many ads. There's so many ads from the draft. There's still... So far, we got nothing. The draft hasn't started yet, guys. But yo, shout outs to all y'all retweeting, man. A draft is going to start in about 4 minutes, guys. I'm going to try to show you guys clips of the draft, okay? But in the meantime, I'm also going to try to find like links and everything. Like I'm going to go rumor hunting. It's going to be a good time. I don't know how much I could get away with, man. Flight team stand up. Wrong flight, but that dude's my boy. He used to be in my gaming crew back in the day. Really cool guy, man. Really nice guy. You're the only one doing this. You smart. You loyal. You's a beast. I like that. Alright, so far, nothing from the news end. The process is alive and well in Barclays Center. Oh my god, look at this. I like this. They're ready. They're ready. I'm going to show each pick as they're getting picked. That's for sure. Like, I got to do y'all. I got to do that for y'all. I got my coffee. I'm ready to go, man. All right.
Chiefs doing too much with their firing.
All right, there we go.
Here. So Andy Reid gets a contract
Perfect.
extension today, but they also fired General Manager John Dorsey.
Perfect.
Fired Jeremy Macklin over voicemail.
Huge shout out to you guys, man. Huge shout out to you guys for the love.
Traded up for the quarterback. So in the draft. So this is crazy.
So you fire somebody over voicemail, and Karma decides that you get fired after the draft.
I did I have one more class to graduate UCLA. Yo, thanks, Edgar. I'm doing my best, man. I'm trying to help y'all out. At the same time, I don't want my channel to be taken down, you know? So I'm gonna do my absolute best to help y'all out. I'm gonna do my absolute best. Yo, one in the chat. Let me get a Laker Nation for all the Laker fans up in here. I'm a diehard Laker fan. I'm gonna be a bit of a homer today, but I'm gonna try to be neutral when it comes to my analysis for the most part.
That must be his password for real. Of course, remember when he said he was hacked.
Guys, we're almost at 100 likes. Could you guys juice me to 100 likes? It'll mean the world right before the draft starts. Draft starts in 1 minute, guys. Yeah, the Cavs are dumb for not re-signing their GM, bro. They are. They're really dumb.
Password might be hitty. I don't know.
Draft is in 1 minute, guys.
You say so. We have no. What do you see?
That's where it first started.
So he was sleeping at the workout.
Yo, shout out to you all
He likes to get his nap in.
for the love on the gram.
Phil Jackson is doing.
Lakers, let's go!
His very first move as the executive was to sign Lamar Odom, who was on crack. Who was on crack.
Yo, who saw that shit? Yo, who saw that shit? Who saw Stephen A say who was on crack? No, I'm gonna show y'all this real quick. Draft didn't start yet. I gotta show you guys this. This was so funny. This was the fun. This is what I woke up to today. All right, like this is what I woke up to today, bro.
His very first move as the executive was to sign Lamar Odom, who was on crack.
Yo, can I get a who was on crack up in the chat? Oh wait, I don't think you guys can see it. Hold on. Yeah, no, y'all can see it. Yo, this is the funniest thing on earth to me, man. It's still, the draft isn't on, by the way, for those of you guys asking. It's supposed to start soon.
His very first move as the executive was to sign Lamar Odom, who was on crack.
Yo, I'm weak. Yo, Stephen A. preaching, bro. He's talking about Phil Jackson, if you don't know. Yo, that shit was so funny.
Give me your upside, your
wingspan. My God.
His very first move as the executive was to sign Lamar Odom.
Beside the Barclays Center in Brooklyn, where tonight the 2017 NBA
still not
draft
over that.
will commence. Fans
Who is on crack?
Sixers will lead the way, and there are some who are already certain that they know what's going to happen in the early part of the draft.
Yo, shout out to you guys. We hit 100 likes, man. Thank you so much for the support. Every like helps the channel grow, man. Y'all know this, though.
This
Let's
is
get
the guy
it.
who's going to be the cornerstone and the finishing.
All right, let's see, real GM.
In Philadelphia, when the process
We got any rumors?
turns into payoff. But there are other potential stars. The fastest man in the draft, Swipe of the Fox, De'Aaron Fox out of Kentucky, and Josh Jackson, a guy that many believe is atop more draft boards than you might imagine. What type of intrigue will play in tonight?
Swipe of the Fox.
Go for those assets. And
Jason Tatum.
the latest Duke star, here to enjoy a night with family and friends.
Damn, look at it. He's fixing Markel's bow tie.
And I don't think De'Aaron's
Yo,
gonna be fixing that
straight
bow
up
tie
fixing
for him.
Markel's
Instead,
bow
he'd be
tie,
trying
though.
to tie him in knots. But tonight, everybody celebrates together. The commissioner, Adam Silver.
Lonzo
gives a
looking
picture
fresh,
of
too.
this draft class. 20 men will be in the green room tonight, many more in the stands.
Lonzo's looking fresh as hell. Yo, I can only show y'all tidbits, all right? I hope y'all understand. I can't show y'all that much. I'm not, you know, like, I hope y'all understand. I'm gonna do my best to hook y'all up, though.
Right around the bottom of the hour with the 76ers first to go on the clock. Glad to have you with us tonight, Reese Davis.
You know, like,
alongside
most
my
of it's
partners,
like
Jalen
analysts
Rose, Michael
talking
Wilbon,
anyways,
and
you
Jay
know?
Bill. Several others will join us shortly. You know, really the theme of this draft, who is brave enough to take a swing at the mighty Warriors? Several teams are charting their course for the future.
I'm going to try to
And
show
James,
y'all the
look at
most
this.
important
I don't know
parts.
who will be the transcendent players, but there's great depth in this draft class.
There's a ton of depth in this draft class all the way into the second round, and there are a couple tiers up at the top, tiers of 5 in my judgment. The top 10 is just about set, but this is a very deep draft, and it's incredibly young. We could see the top 10 picks all being freshmen, and we could see 18 freshmen taken in the first round. But your point about taking a swing at the Golden State Warriors,
Nothing
keeping
from
your
Mark
eye on
Stein.
the ball in this draft is the best thing you can do to build a team. Because if you look at the Warriors, they got built through the draft, and that attracted Kevin Durant. You know, Durant didn't come first. They built
Looks like
that
there's
team
no news
through
so
the
far,
draft by
guys.
making intelligent choices, and it wasn't a top 5 picks.
When you look at this, Jalen, tonight, what do you think is the most intriguing storyline? The Sixers, I think, all this time they've been talking process. Now, this is supposed to be the
Who
last
was
game
on
to allow them to start
crack?
throwing out the pace.
Absolutely.
Yo, I love that.
76ers move up from number 3 to number 1 to take Markelle Fultz. You want to
It's starting
pair him
in
with Ben
25
Simmons,
minutes.
obviously Joel Embiid.
Start doing
But I'm also
live
paying
me.
attention to what's going to happen with the Los Angeles Lakers.
Nothing about the
And
Porzingis
Boston
trade yet,
Celtics.
guys.
Not many teams get a chance to be a number 1 seed, have a top 3 pick, and as many assets as any team we've seen in a really long time. They're going to be a wild card in tonight's draft.
Lakers and Celtics. I mean, it still comes back to that. The pillars of the league. And the
Yo,
many
I'm just
championships
waiting for the. I want to
they've
see
won,
what
and
the Lakers
are
do with the
much
number 2
further
pick.
away
By the way,
from what
guys,
Jay is
50
talking about,
likes,
taking an
and then I'm
actual
gonna hit
swing
like a
at the
cringeworthy
Warriors.
dab.
Just
When
to
we
let
hit
them
200
pound it
likes,
for a couple of years,
I'm
no
gonna
matter
hit a
what they
pretty,
do.
very
But the first
bad
building
dab.
block you would think would be
So
this
if you guys
pick,
wanna
which we
support your
think will
boy,
be
be sure to
Lonzo
do
Ball,
that.
And then what they do from there in free agency. But Jay's right. You start with the draft and draft picks, and you see the Lakers have acquired.
I'm surprised more people are mad at me right now.
Pick. Why? Because they're going to need to use those picks.
Who
as
was,
assets
bro?
to
I
do
want to get a
whatever it
T-shirt
is
that says
to try
"Who
to
was on
see
crack."
The Warriors,
If I made T-shirts that said "Who was on crack," would you guys buy them?
Floyd Mayweather is the Golden State Warriors, and the Lakers are Conor McGregor.
That close?
I'm thinking about it, bro. Low key.
I'm not sure the Lakers. I'm not sure the Lakers have a puncher's chance.
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah,
Yeah, the Raptors are
But
trying to
it might
trade
take
Jonas.
A little while before then. You've already heard the guys allude to a couple of the storylines leading into this
Hold
NBA
on.
draft. And right
Hold
at the
up.
Top,
Let me
Boston
try
had the
something.
opportunity to
I
pick
gotta
number
do
one.
this
They
real
never
quick.
picked number 1 in the common
No,
draft
wrong
era.
button.
And they dealt
Wrong
away that big
button.
old Dylan Danny took care of business. 7 potential first rounders.
Yo, I
in the
want
next
y'all to
three
retweet
drafts. He got
this.
the number 3. Philly, for the second straight year, will have the number 1. Remember, Ben Simmons didn't play 1 second this past
All right,
year.
guys,
He's
if you
number one
retweet
overall
that,
pick
your
a
name
year
should
ago,
pop
and still
up
they
on
improved by
my
18 games.
Twitter
Lakers,
page in
for
a
the
sec.
third straight year, will pick
Hold on, my
second.
latest
D'Angelo
tweet
Russell, though this
is-
trade has not been finalized,
This is
will
a fire
officially
tweet,
list as
okay?
proposed, almost certainly
Oh,
on his
oh,
way
way to
to
go.
Brooklyn, so he'll
Yo,
be
go
back.
ahead.
Brandon Ingram
Do
will
me a
still
favor.
be
Let's get
around.
some more
And Jay
people up in
mentioned
here.
this, the first
Before the
10
draft
picks
officially
in this
starts, they
draft
kind of cheesed us, by the
projected
way,
to be
guys.
fresh
Draft
to
doesn't
that
start for
would be
another
a record
25
for draft.
minutes.
Current record is 4, dating back in 2014.
Ugh.
It is the era
Yeah, but your
of
name's
the
gonna
one
pop
and
up
done.
over
One of
there,
the reasons
like
that
down
we've had
here, if
so
you
much
guys,
movement and talk is because
retweet
there's
that.
not a bunch of salary cap room coming in the offseason
I can't.
as
That
there has
shit's
been
so
the last couple
funny.
of years. So teams
Yo,
trying to
Stephen
move
A.
assets around,
Stephen
and
A's a
because of
legend.
that, there's
By the way,
news
mic volume
constantly,
good?
stories
Everything good,
turning.
guys?
Jeff Goodman with us throughout the evening. Jeff, what's the latest you have right now?
Let me know.
This draft race could get very interesting as soon as number 3, and that's when Boston Celtics and Danny Ainge pick. He's got a ton of assets. He's been in talks with the Knicks for Porzingis. They're still far apart from what I'm told. And then at number 4, if Josh Jackson is still available, which he very well could be, the Phoenix Suns are fielding plenty of calls from teams that have Jackson at number 1 on their board. Clippers, Sacramento, other teams could try to get up to get Josh Jackson, Reese. So we're going to see some fireworks
Sacramento
early on.
Sacramento may try to trade up for Josh Jackson?
For the first time in the common draft era, we will have consecutive drafts.
Really?
Exactly the same 4 teams make the first 4 picks, and after that trade between
Commentary
Philadelphia
up a little
and Boston,
bit.
they will pick in precisely the same order as they did a year ago. Whether those picks will actually wind up on those teams remain to be seen.
All right.
However, it does seem as if Philadelphia and Los Angeles are set on making sure that their top
I
2
think the
picks
Celtics
stay
are just going to
exactly
draft
where they
Jason
are
Tatum.
after they're selected, beginning with Markelle Fultz. We have a couple of reports starting with
That's
the
what I
Sixers
think is
and
going to go
Mark
down. What do you guys think is going to
Reese,
happen?
it's full speed ahead here in Philadelphia, where the Sixers love the 6'4" point guard out of Washington with the 6'10" wingspan. They say Markelle Fultz has the greatest upside in this draft over the next 10 years. As for the unicorn in the room, Sixers say they did reach out to the Knicks about Kristaps Porzingis. That was before the Boston trade. They say they would never consider including a number 1 for the unicorn. Now, let's play some Lonzo ball with Ramona Shelburne and the Lakers.
Thanks, Mark. Well, I just spoke to Lakers head coach Luke Walton. Said, what's the mood up in that war room? He said, we're excited. I mean, they were one bad bounce away from not having a draft pick in this draft at all. Now they have the number 2 overall pick. And I said, you know, you had that last year too, Luke. How is this year different? He goes, well, last year I just got here. I drove down from Oakland to become the new head coach a couple days right before the draft. This year, he's actually the veteran. Rob Pelinka, the new GM, and Magic Johnson are running the show for the first time. Now, if the Lakers keep the number 2 overall pick, I'm told that they will select Lonzo Ball from UCLA and make LeVar Ball, his father, right all along when he said, you've just got to speak it into existence. Reese, back to you.
LeVar has been speaking quite a lot. Lonzo is a man of fewer words for sure, but it is going to be in existence.
That's our GOAT right there.
Lonzo Ball will stay in Los Angeles. Fultz, those 2
Bro,
guys go at each other.
That's going to be a
during the
nice
Pac-12
rivalry.
season,
That could have been the
perhaps they will be
Celtics.
the guys to go
Celtics
head to
fans,
head
did you
and
want
lead
Markelle
their squads
Fultz
into
taken?
contention. What about Markelle Fultz, Jay?
Mark Schwartz mentioned it, the 6'10" wingspan. Stay in your lane.
Oh,
That's
snap.
Me, wingspan. But Markelle Fultz, it's remarkable how much he is like James Harden in the way that he plays. The best
Bro,
pick and roll
everyone
ball
gets
handler
compared
in
to
this
James
draft.
Harden nowadays.
Excellent off pick and rolls. He's a 3-level scorer, deep, middle game, can get all the way to the rim. And Lonzo Ball is basically a clone of Jason Kidd, except he's a much better perimeter shooter with NBA range. The shot may not look pretty, but its release point is solid, and it goes in close to 42% from 3. And he's an excellent finisher at the rim, 70% on 2s. He only took 12 mid-range jump shots on the season.
Right.
Everything's
I'm
either
only going
at
to
the
show
rim
when something
or
like
past the
interesting
three-point
goes
line.
down, guys. I hope
Excellent
y'all
in
understand.
And well past the 3-point line. A lot of comparisons have been made between Lonzo Ball and Jason Kidd. Lonzo
Oh, yo,
Ball is
here you
one
guys
better
go.
shooter,
200
right?
like
At
dab.
any point,
Yeah.
he's a better shooter than Jason Kidd.
Yo,
Tom
every
Penn,
100
who's our
likes, I'm
front
going to
office
dab, man.
expert Now, Tom, as you joined us in this comparison that's been made, Kidd was the consummate leader. People are attracted to playing with Lonzo Ball as well. How do you stack them up?
Well, they stack up like a carbon copy. I'll prove it to you. In pictures. Look, they look the same. More importantly, they play the same. You heard
This is
Jay talk
interesting.
about it. In transition, get to the rim and finish. 1992, look at Jason Kidd do it. Now watch present day, a little faster, furious to the rim, nice finish. How about the ability to create offense by attacking the rim? Jason Kidd, that big size, get to the rim, easy buckets. Same thing right here. He can see over everybody, get in there, create layups. Now, how about the half court? You got to create half court offense as a point guard. On time, on target, in the post delivery, you're going to see a whole lot of the same things with a 24-second shot clock with this kid.
Yeah, I saw
And then how
Quavo
about
ball
that
out.
ability to shoot it? Jay just said it. Jason Kidd's weakness in college, he was not able to make the perimeter jumper, and we know that Lonzo Ball does. He's got that awkward release, a little
But he can
step
shoot,
back, bring it
baby.
across the face,
Get that
sling
ball,
it in,
boy.
it goes in. Look at these numbers, 2-point and 3-point field goal percentage. Guys, no one in the last 25 years has had a 70-plus and 40% shooting percentage from the field. Lonzo Ball, we see you, kid.
We see you, bro.
Going to see a lot of him in Los Angeles, and how much you see of LeVar Ball, that's going to be the question. Now, Lonzo's dad has garnered more attention than just about any professional athlete's father that you can remember in recent years.
All right, guys, I'm going to show
So
y'all
the
some
question
love
is,
right now.
Is he a distraction, or will this start to subside as Lonzo makes his way into the NBA? It is a big night for the Ball family, no matter how you slice it. Jeff Goodman with the Ball family now.
Here with, we got Lonzo and LeVar over here, and we'll start with you, Lonzo. So the plan was always to play for the Lakers. You're a Southern Cal kid. They got the #2 pick. What are you thinking right now as the Lakers are on the board and maybe you get drafted by your hometown team?
It'll be a dream come true. Truly blessed, glory to God, and if it happens, you know, I'll be tremendously happy.
LeVar, you have been pretty vocal over the last 9 months.
Yes.
And what's it like?
I told you before.
I can't even get the question out.
I'm going to speak it into existence. I already know what you're going to ask me.
No,
I love this guy.
You don't.
Yes, I do.
What I'm going to ask you is, what's it like watching your son as a father right now potentially get taken with the #2 pick by the Lakers?
It's the second best thing in the world that's ever happened to me.
All right, what's the best?
Them being
Having
born.
all these 3 boys born.
I thought you were going to say the Big Baller brand.
No, the big baller brand is here, but family's first, baby. Ain't no big baller brand without the fam.
Is he going to the Lakers or not? Have you heard?
I told you, from the words of Zeus, Jesus, everybody said he's going to be a Laker. They told me before they told y'all.
There you have it,
said
Reese.
the
Guess he's going to be a Laker. Back to you.
He said Zeus.
Jeff, look, there's no question. LeVar has been rude and
said, "I
offensive
told
in
you
most
from the
cases, or
words
not
of
in most
Zeus."
cases, but in some cases. But in most cases, it's just been what you just heard. It reminds me of a WWE event that you might see in Barclays Center from time to time. It's just,
He
look,
said
you've been
from
around
the
this game a
words
long
of
time.
Zeus. He thinks he's God, bro. My man said from the words of
Collectively,
Zeus.
media have made this a bigger deal by too often, in my opinion, putting a microphone or a notebook in front of
Yo, give me a LeVar for president in the chat, bro. LeVar for president. Jesus said he a Laker.
It's sort of the next generation of Richard Williams, if you will.
I love this guy, man.
Despite being,
Dude, you know what we need? We need a TV show, like a first take like TV show that features LeVar Ball and Stephen A. Smith. I would do anything to see LeVar Ball and Stephen A. Smith just like go back and forth and freaking like just commentate basketball games. Yo, he's so funny. Yo, I want to be a dentist. I'll definitely. I want to be a dentist. I'll definitely clean his teeth for free. I can't stream without a reaction, bro. Like I guess, like this is technically legal. You know what I mean? That's why I'm doing a reaction. By the way, guys, we're almost at 300 likes. Be sure to leave a like, support the stream. You know, I'm going to try to make this happen more often. I'm pretty caffeinated, Duhajian.
And they gonna get that ball. And guess what's gonna happen tonight? Exactly that. Here's the thing. The reason why there's a microphone and a notepad in front of him, he's actually the entertaining figure of the family. He is.
I actually, man, y'all are such haters. In the name of Jesus, Lonzo Ball will win a ring.
I'll take it. And how many kids
Lonzo to Celtics? He didn't even work out for the Celtics, bro.
And he's a great player, great. If not, he's not going to play barefoot. He can always get a shoe deal with one of the major companies. So I like the fact that they're dreaming big and they're going towards entrepreneurship. No better place to do it than in Los Angeles.
I like the fact that he's a great player. The kid can play. And
The
once
kid
he
could
starts playing,
play.
we're not gonna talk
The
about
dad
his
could
anymore.
talk.
It's gonna be all him.
They have a
I
recipe
need
for
one more
success,
question
bro.
answered by his dad, though. How is it that you go about building the shoe? I mean, has he?
I love Josh Jackson, by the way, Francisco.
I mean, how does one go about doing that?
Really simple. Get drafted and play really well. That's all you got to do, Reese. It's the microwave generation.
Over the years that you and I have been friends, you've always told me, Jalen, keep getting them checks.
Yes,
Yo,
indeed.
we have like another
Kinda
9
tell
minutes
him.
till this draft starts.
Lonzo Ball is going to go second to the Lakers, almost certainly. You always hesitate to say something 100% on draft night. Where will De'Aaron Fox Kentucky Flash go when the point guard is drafted in a point guard heavy draft, but this is perhaps the most polished scorer in this NBA
Jason
draft.
Tatum's like
Tatum out of
Carmelo,
Duke.
bro.
Will he go with the third pick to the Celtics? Or could it be Josh Jackson of Kansas, a dynamo full of energy?
I think he could be,
NBA
bro,
draft
the
coverage
top
continues.
like 10 picks are going to be like, could each be like #1 overall prospects. That's what you need to understand.
You're away from everything that
All right,
makes you
it's
feel like
commercials.
home.
I'm going to lower the volume. I'll bring it back when commercials are gone. You guys know how I do, bro.
You and I are in this together. But you need to start acting like you know that.
Keep your crews on point. It's business as usual.
I can't really think I did this.
You're right, Jamie. I know you did.
I'ma keep grinding till the day that I die.
At Guinness, we believe a beer with refreshing taste.
Yo, whenever you mention Zeus, that shit's hilarious.
Taste Guinness Blonde.
Like that, whenever you, by the way,
You'll believe it too.
110,401 subscribers. I'm glad that you guys get love every single time. You see that thing right there? If you subscribe, you'll see your name up in there. Appreciate y'all, man. Y'all are amazing, bro. 30 likes away from hitting the 300 like mark, man. Be sure to drop those likes.
When everything is designed,
I wouldn't be in the position I am if it wasn't for y'all, bro.
you can.
I'm waiting for these. I'm waiting for these ads to go away.
The new Mazda 3.
In my experience, there are only two things guaranteed to grow. The cash value of your New York Life policy,
Yo.
a policy that keeps you from
So
being
after
protected,
Markelle
and my
Fultz,
famous
after
friend
Lonzo
Souffle,
Ball,
which
who do you think
literally
goes number
never stop
3?
growing. Be good at life. New York Life.
Nobody got drafted yet. Yo, in the meantime, I'm gonna research some rumors for y'all. Give me a moment. Yo, Paul George is moving out?
Tonight at 8 on ESPN2.
God damn.
NBA Draft 2017 is presented by State Farm. Here to help life go right.
All right, hold on. Any rumors? So far, we have this, guys.
Well, it starts out with Markelle Fultz and Lonzo Ball, but next is Josh
Paul George is
Jackson
moving
from
out.
Kansas, the wing, excellent
Look at
athlete,
this. He has
fantastic
vans. He has
defender,
vans in
really
front of
good
his
passer,
house.
just doesn't shoot it yet.
The man's
Here
moving
is
out.
the ultra-quick
What the hell?
fast point guard from Kentucky, and then Jason Tatum, one of the most offensively gifted players in this draft. Both he and Josh Jackson, that's a tough call at number 3 if you decide to go that way, because he's better offensively. Jackson, better athlete, better defender.
All right, draft starts in 11 minutes, guys.
Workout for Boston, but there were some rumors of a late night workout. We got Goodman working on that to find out if it's true.
Oh!
That is where it seems that the draft will start with the uncertainty.
All right, so the Boston Celtics worked out Josh Jackson late night last night.
They're trying to put together a big deal. Dave McMenamin with the latest on the Celtics.
Celtic fans, listen up.
The Boston Celtics started the day with a phone call to the New York Knicks to inquire about the services of Kristaps Porzingis. They made a significant offer, including the number 3 pick this year, either Jaylen Brown or Marcus Smart, and also were trying to acquire another first-rounder in 2017 to include in the trade. But the Knicks were asking for too much. I'm told it was a ridiculous ransom that the Knicks wanted. So the Celtics have moved on from that. Talks have not progressed, and I'm told that it is likely they hold on to the number 3 pick. The leading candidates to fill that position, of course, are Jason Tatum out of Duke and Josh Jackson out of Kansas. Back to you, Reese.
All right, Dave, as they did last year, the Celtics hold a lot of the cards for the intrigue in this draft.
Do you guys think 1 in the chat for Jackson, 2 in the chat for Tatum? Who do you think the Celtics are going to take?
In the first round of the NBA draft, down in the green room now, Jalen and Jay Williams.
Thanks, RD. So one of the things Jay Rose and I were talking about are all the random thoughts that go through your mind while you're sitting in the green room waiting for your name to be called. So I know for me, Jalen, I was thinking about what kind of car am I going to get?
Yo, who knows?
How about you? What else, what are some things
Who knows who this guy is? Former number 2 overall pick, Jay Williams, in the 2002 draft.
You're like, I've accomplished more than that guy. I'm better than that guy. And they had the nerve to pick him in front of me. And for me also, I was kind of caring about what I had to wear. I cared
the red outfit?
Yes, indeed. I cared about that. I thought I was going to get drafted by the Clippers. But imagine if I got drafted by the Sonics. I had a lime green suit to wear that night, too.
Thank God you didn't do that. You know, something else I was thinking about, too, Jay, is for me, it wasn't just me making it. I think for everybody at home, when you see these kids and you see how happy they are, it's not just about the kids.
Yes.
It's we made it. Like, my whole family made it that night. J. Rose's whole family made it that night. Speaking of random things about going through your head, hey, De'Aaron Fox, come over here for a second. He got a nice
Swipe
watch
the
there.
fox!
Here, you going to show him the watch? I want everybody to see the watch.
Cleaner than the board of hell.
How things have changed.
You know what I'm saying?
All right, so what are some of the random thoughts that are going through your mind right now, D?
Man, who's the first person I get to play against?
Ooh, what else you got?
How my watch look? Honestly, that's probably the most exciting thing. That's the most exciting I am for anything. The watch right now.
When people project Lonzo Ball to go ahead of you, how does that make you feel, considering you won that head-to-head matchup?
I'm fine. Like I said, I mean, we're cool with each other, but we're gonna play each other in the NBA, so it doesn't really matter who goes first.
All right, RD.
So I got to ask him a question.
All right.
Who are the people that you feel like are going to be the most proud of you when you walk across that stage and shake Adam Silver's hand?
Definitely my parents. You know, it's a lot of people that have gone, that put the time into it, you know, the effort into helping me to get here. But you know, it's no one's sacrifice is as great as their sacrifice for me to get here.
Well, you earned it. Congratulations. Best of luck.
Thank you.
All about the family, RD. Can't wait to see that Lonzo Ball, De'Aaron Fox matchup coming your way soon.
You're right about that, Jay Will. You know what? De'Aaron's parents have raised such a fine young man. The story of him befriending a high school classmate who had cerebral palsy, was a big Kentucky fan.
All right,
His
so
recruitment
Markelle
really
Fultz is
speaks
definitely
to
the
De'Aaron's
#1 pick. I
character.
don't think we all.
Fox is going to hear his name called very early
I don't
in
think
this
we
draft. Perhaps you
anyone
wonder what
ever
goes
doubted
on
Markelle Fultz was
behind
going
that
to be the
big
#1
draft
pick.
board. A little while ago, Allison Williams caught up with NBA Commissioner Adam Silver.
So let's head behind the scenes now and find out exactly what happens in the moments leading up to the selection. Commissioner Silver, thanks so much for making some time with us. What goes on before you take the stage to announce a team's pick?
So what happens is once the team decides who their pick is going to be, and that's generally done in market in a war room that they have, they call it in to an operations room here in Barclays.
I'm sorry, but that's not like really worth showing. You know, like there's only so much I could show. That's not one of the things I think you guys care about seeing. You know, like,
they're selecting is draft eligible.
let me see. In the meantime, let's see if there are any rumors going on, guys. We know that Markelle Fultz is going #1. That was pretty basic, though. Let me see if there's anything else.
Essentially what I read on stage with the 4th pick 2017 draft. That card is then...
Oh my God, Skip Bayless, shut up. War room ready, Laker Nation. That's what I like to see.
I then take the card and we check here with my colleagues on this draft choice board here just to make sure everything's in
League
order.
sources impressed with how Cavs point man Kobe Altman has taken over for David Griffin on the fly. He's pretty damn good.
If there's a case of issue of pronunciation,
I like that.
where, you know, it may be a name that isn't clear, obvious to me, somebody will go over it with me once or twice fairly quickly, because then your network is waiting
The
for me to
Lakers
get
may
out
take
there,
the
and then
27th and 28th pick to go up higher in the draft.
And voila, there's the stage.
How much time do you have to look over the card?
Yo, he did buy this in April. He did buy this in April. I can vouch. I tweeted something out about it.
It's, you know, about probably half a minute or so where we're doing it. Sometimes, you know, as the draft goes on, occasionally there'll be a trade that we have to announce, and sometimes I'll get a hold from somebody because they're not sure exactly what's going on, or they may be still talking to a team about a trade, and they'll be telling me, wait, go out and announce the trade at the same time. But it all happens fairly quickly.
Commissioner Silver, thank you so much for your time and for a little peek behind the scenes here at the Barclays Center. Reese?
Allison, if the commish needs extra time to go over pronunciation, I got plenty of dudes that can fill airtime up here sitting beside me. Hey,
Who would that be?
oh, not you, Billis. The Knicks drama continues. Will Kristaps still be a Knick by the end of the night?
Bro, that's all people are talking about today.
Whopper.
Yeah, I know the Rockets are trying to trade for Paul George.
$10.
Someone's gonna get fired. Fired at Flame Grill. Get 2 100% beef Whopper sandwiches.
All right, guys, in the meantime, huge love for the people following me on the Instagram, bro. Appreciate you, John. Appreciate you, Clancy. The people that are liking all my pictures for whatever reason. VIO Laser, appreciate y'all. Yeah, let me turn down the commercials. It's commercials right now, by the way, guys, for those of you guys that want to actually see the draft. And to the homies following me on Snapchat, man, I appreciate y'all. Let me see. I'm looking for rumors to show you guys in the meantime while the commercials are going down. Of course, man, to support my channel, be sure to drop a like. 165 likes away from 500. Appreciate all of your love and support, guys. Let's see. And let me interact with y'all in the chat in a bit. No one got picked yet. I'm not putting the... You want the volume up for the commercials? I'm just checking. It's just commercials, bro. Relax. It's just commercials. It's not that crazy, you know? Yeah, this is funny. When Bay start looking like a snack. Oh, shake. Like, it's a Morongo commercial right now. Do you guys really want to see a Morongo commercial? I'm like... I'm not Armenian. What's good, Bops? I'm not Mexican, Dakilo. Markel's definitely going #1. Here, let me show y'all that.
X is that unknown factor. X is provocative. X is where you find the shiny stuff. X is love. Lust.
Yo, here. Let's see. Yo, holy crap, man. Thanks for the subscriptions, guys. Holy crap, man. Yo, you guys are killing it with the subs. I appreciate it, man. Thank y'all for the support. Y'all are amazing, man. Goodness.
Things change in 2 years from boo, boo. Now that's the same kid and his dad wearing Porzingis jerseys and no doubt scarfing up newspapers like these right here with all of these headlines about Phil Jackson saying that he's willing to trade Kristaps Porzingis. Look at this. Sort of makes a triangle, doesn't it?
That is very nice, sir.
That's just
oh, wow. They just made a triangle pun. I'm done.
Running a triangle these days.
You know what? That would be a bold prediction if you said Porzingis would be moved by the end of this draft. What's a bold prediction? What you think we'll see tonight?
A bold prediction that we're going to see tonight is don't be surprised at #3 if the Boston Celtics consider taking Jonathan Isaac. Because when I look at Tatum and when I look at Jackson, they're pretty similar to the players that are already on their roster.
Hold on.
And they have an opportunity as a #1 seed with a top 3 pick to take a chance on somebody that may be a project.
Can I make a bold prediction? It's going to take a while to pan out.
Sure.
I think Terrence Ferguson, a name that not many people know about, automatically coming into tonight's draft. He wanted to go to Arizona. That didn't work out. They would have been really great perhaps had he gone there for 1 year even. Played in Australia. That's what we see more and more kids doing now. Wind up playing 1 year, one and done, but 1 year overseas. Played in Australia. A player that I think Jay has in that 2021 area in terms of players available. I think he's going to wind up being a player we talk much more about as a rookie than the draft position might suggest.
That's interesting about Jonathan Isaac from Florida State, #3. I don't have him that high.
Jonathan Isaac, you guys are desperate for news, aren't y'all? I think Jonathan Isaac.
Josh Jackson is the choice there.
They literally said the Celtics are going to take. They may take Jonathan Isaac. Are you guys that desperate for news?
You can get, and for me, that might be Dennis Smith of NC State. Now the issue with Smith is he doesn't play hard all the time, and he certainly didn't last year. He tailed off toward the end of the year. And a guy that doesn't play hard all the time in college, do they do it all the time in the NBA? But, man, he is the real deal athletically. He's got a 48-inch vertical measured at the combine. That guy can absolutely score. He is a physically imposing guard. New York would like him.
Absolutely. I'm rolling with that.
Yeah, he was last year at NC State. He was just a year removed from a knee injury, explosive guy, you know. Maybe
I'm going to wait till they show highlights. I don't want to just show you guys them talking.
When they
you feel
usually
me?
just like to yell and boo about it, but that's part of what makes this night fun, isn't it? And the major markets, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, Boston, and New York. All in the middle of this draft night with big stories there. Which guy will go to those markets and try to get those franchises on the right track? We know a
Yo,
couple
this
of them.
draft
Guys
is
like
amazing,
Tatum and
dude.
Fox, we're not sure about yet.
What a draft.
Or Josh Jackson. Some believe he might be the most dynamic player in this draft.
I wanted him before we traded D'Angelo.
Getting things started. Behind Lonzo Ball and Markelle Fultz, who will go first to the Sixers tonight. It is draft night in Brooklyn. Stick around.
Hey, we hit 500, man. Thank you guys, man. Appreciate y'all. All right, guys, commercials are coming up. You know how I do when commercials come up. I show y'all love on my social media because, you know, fuck commercials, right?
And you'll believe it too. Here's
Yo, mods, I need you to take care of business, man. If people are being savage, take care of it, bro. Yo, to the people on Snapchat, I appreciate y'all. And to the people on the gram, I appreciate y'all, man. If you want a shout out on the gram, go ahead and follow me. You can see my name up at the top of the up top. I'm trying to give y'all as many shout outs as you can. You get shouted out for subscribing. You get shouted out for what's it called? You get shouted out for subscribing. You get shouted out for following me on Gram. You get shouted out for following me on Snap. And you get shouted out for viewing my Snap story, man. I gotta make sure you all get as much love as you can. You know me, man. I'm all about sharing the love, sharing the support. You feel me? Like, this is my favorite feature, bro. You subscribe, you see your name. That's sick. Markelle for the 3rd pick? Are they gonna trade Markelle? Hey, we just hit 400 likes, man. Y'all are the best, man. I've never had a video hit 1,000 likes, so if we could get that done, that'd be amazing. I'll do anything the chat suggests. Give me an idea, man. What should we do for 1,000? You know what? When we hit 1,000, I'm gonna pop out the vodka. 1,000, and we're gonna start getting hammered, bro. I got some. I literally have like a bottle of Ciroc just sitting there. The draft was supposed to start 3 minutes ago, Alelix, but it hasn't. Right now, it's just commercials. If you don't believe me,
to anyone ever. Detroit, August 4th.
You see that kind? You see, like that kind of sounds like commercials.
What were people saying about you at 18 or 19 years old?
In terms of basketball, Lonzo Ball is the truth.
All right, let me see what's going on.
Fultz a guy that teams feel like they can build around, and you're so right about Tatum.
What is said tonight in one sentence changes lives forever. This has always been your big, simple dream, to play. Into the sky, heart in my hand, I hear him saying, Mama, there go that man. To respect everyone and fear no one. To inspire a community or energize a franchise, fulfill a destiny, or revive a dynasty.
Dirk didn't get traded, Jay.
Might as well say it, man, the world is mine. To buy your mom the home she's always wanted and deserves.
Aww.
Into the sky, heart in my hand, I hear him saying, Mama, there go that man. It is a privilege to play a game as your profession. You will join an exclusive club of elite athletes, your name announced before millions. You cannot, you will not, ever break my stride.
Wow.
Lights, cameras,
this is fire, dude.
and handshakes.
Oh my god.
Just a few more steps and life pivots.
I love it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Smash that like button if you're excited. Let me know what team you're repping up in the chat. It's official. We are starting the NBA draft, ladies and gentlemen.
In the green room, here is the commissioner of the NBA, Adam Silver.
Welcome us, Adam. Welcome us. Bro, they cheer for Adam. They love Adam.
And welcome to the 2017 NBA Draft at Barclays Center, home of the Brooklyn Nets. These young men here tonight represent the future of our league. a continuation of a proud tradition of NBA players competing at the highest level and captivating fans around the world. Congratulations to the Golden State Warriors on their championship, and to the Cleveland Cavaliers for a terrific run. Tonight, these players begin their own journey. Who will be the next LeBron James and Kyrie Irving, both picked #1? Who will be the next Steph Curry, picked #7? Or Klay Thompson at 11?
Or Draymond.
Kawhi Leonard at 15.
Yo, I give him props. This is a good speech.
Draymond Green at 35. Manu Ginobili at 57. Or Isaiah Thomas of the Boston Celtics.
What?
He was selected number 60, the last pick in the 2011 draft. Every pick matters. So let's get started. By way of trade with the Boston Celtics, the first pick in the 2017 NBA draft belongs to the Philadelphia 76ers, who have 5 minutes to make their selection.
All right, guys. In the meantime, I'm going to be hunting for rumors.
Let's be honest about this.
And whenever, so this is how this is going to work, man. I'm going to be hunting for rumors in between whenever they're just showing the analysts. Whenever they show something interesting, I'm going to bring it back, okay?
They expect to be sold out
So,
home games.
let's see what we got here. The draft is literally just watching a bunch of analysts talk anyways. All right, Mark J. Spears. I feel like I should take...
Philadelphia won a little bit more.
I'm going to take off the vertical and remove and add Mark J. Spears.
18 wins, that's despite only getting 31 games out of Joel Embiid and nothing from Ben Simmons. Embiid, however, before the meniscus tear, is averaging almost 21 points per game and establishing himself as a presence. Ben Simmons, who was the #1 overall pick a year ago, missed the entire season with a foot. So both he and Fultz, who will be handling the ball for the most part for the 76ers.
Okay, and then let's see what Real GM has to say.
Similar times. Here's the recap of the trade that Adam Silver mentioned. The Celtics, who have never picked #1 overall in the common draft era, will move back to third. Sixers get the #1 overall pick to get the guy that they believe completes the foundation, which can lift them from an absolute doormat with a tank season, stockpile picks, and hopefully over the next couple of years move them into contender status. Now that's quite a gap. We're not trying to put them there next year when Fultz and Simmons have yet to play a second and Embiid's only made it 31 games. But what do you think about where the Sixers are right now and what their potential is?
They're a perfect team that embody the enthusiasm that takes place right now in NBA basketball. Just think about this. You talked about them selling 14,000 season tickets. Joel Embiid has played 30 games. Ben Simmons has played no games. And obviously Fultz hasn't either. None of those players played in the NCAA tournament. But yet we understand that they have something special going on in Philadelphia. It's really a treat for their fans who suffered the last couple of years watching their basketball team try to get to this position. Let's see if it pays off. I think it will.
More than the last couple. They've lost 250 out of their last 325 games. There's one thing that concerns me about them. Jalen, you're so right, they're selling promise. I would always hear you, toward the end of your career, credit my vets. I'm quoting you.
Yes, indeed.
Meaning Mark Jackson and Reggie Miller, if I'm not mistaken. Well, who are my vets for Fultz and for Simmons and Saric and Okafor and Embiid? Who are my vets besides Gerald Henderson? At some point, you've got to direct all of this youthful talent and exuberance and veteran players. Isn't that the way you do it in the NBA almost as much as coaching?
Absolutely, no question about it. And the thing is, they teach them how to be professionals, not only on the floor, but off the floor as well.
And that's really the key is Philadelphia's got to build a culture of winning right now. And when you have so many young players, and you mentioned, you know, their last two players, if they take Fultz, haven't played the NCAA tournament. Now, Embiid would have. He was hurt. I mean, he's playing for Kansas. He would have played in the tournament. But building that culture of winning so that if they are losing early on, they don't go in a bunch of different directions. That's really the biggest key, I think, with the accumulation of talent they've had over the last several years.
Fultz's team at Washington won just 9 games. That's the worst record for any #1 overall pick, if he is indeed it, since LaRue Martin in 1972. Let's now go to the commissioner, Adam Silver.
quick.
With the first pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select Markelle Fultz from the University of Washington.
Here we go, Laker fans.
The moment for Markelle Fultz, who was on the junior varsity at DeMatha Catholic until his junior season in high school. An avid BMX biker, and now he loves to throw caution to the wind, and now he's going to have to be daring enough to try to lift the 76ers into a winning culture. What are the Sixers getting from Fultz, Jay?
Well, they're getting a guy who's got an NBA frame already. He's got great length, and he's a three-level scorer. He can score from deep, he can score in the middle game, and he can score at the rim. Great body balance. By far in this draft, the best pick-and-roll ball handler in the draft. He's essentially a James Harden clone on the offensive end. He's got a quick, high release on his shot. I think one of the things that's interesting about him, though, he has a couple of flaws. One, he floats on defense. He is not a great defensive player yet, although he should be really good. He has some LeBron-type blocks where he chases guys down from behind. But to have a guy like this where offensively he's really got no holes in his game, he's a multi-dimensional scorer that once he comes off a pick and roll, he's got great pace with it. He can change speeds, change direction, an excellent finisher around the basket. And then we talked about his physical profile. You know, he's 6'4", he's got a 6'10" wingspan. Tip it back, America. But he's long, he's strong, and the kid knows how to play. He's an excellent passer, almost 6 assists per game. He'll stick his nose in there and rebound. 23 points per game at Washington since 2000. That's the third best for a freshman behind Michael Beasley and Kevin Durant. That's a pretty good score.
I have a comp for him, Jay. A gentleman named Bradley Beal. His demeanor, his ability to score off the dribble, not necessarily going to be the primary ball handler in Philadelphia, like Bill isn't asked to be in Washington. However, can get points and flurries at multiple levels, as you mentioned. I think he has what it takes to be a big-time scorer in the NBA.
First pick is off the board, and as expected, Markelle Fultz joins this fraternity of #1 overall picks all time with the Sixers. Ben Simmons a year ago, Allen Iverson in '96, and the great Doug Collins.
Yes,
back
indeed.
In
I see you, Coach.
That's your guy, Allison Williams, with the newest Philadelphia 76er.
Thank you very much, Reese. Markelle, it was expected, but now it's a reality. How did it feel to hear your name called and walk across that stage as the #1 pick in this year's draft?
It was unbelievable, really. I mean, truly a blessing, something I've been dreaming about last night. I was just sitting down, just thinking about hearing my name called, and it was unreal, really. Once I heard my name called, I mean, it was like God calling me, so, I mean, I'm just happy.
You're drafted by the 76ers, which means you join what's been known as the process. But for you personally, you often talked about trusting the process. What did that mean to you?
What it meant to me
Any rumors
was
for #2?
anything you do, stick with it no matter what goes on. Even if stuff's not going your way, you still got to stick with it. I think that's what I've been doing my whole life between high school and college. So.
Like so many guys, you're rocking a very nice custom suit, but what makes
right,
this suit
so
jacket special is
Number
not
2
what's
is
on the
gonna be Lonzo,
outside,
guys.
what's on the inside. Do you mind giving us a little peek at the lining of the suit there, and tell me about the inspiration behind it and who you tried to pay tribute to with it?
I got my mom, pretty much all my memories inside here, so you guys can see I got a little bit of everything in here. I mean, I got
Harry
pictures,
Giles isn't going number 2.
FTG, just everything that meant the most to me. My great-grandma who passed away, so I mean, this is all the memories that got me to where I am today. So.
How'd you come up with this? What made you decide to do this?
Just a guy, the custom suit. I mean, he told me he can do it, and when I thought about it, I thought, like, why not? I mean, it's something nice. It's something that's going to be memorable forever. I'm going to hang this up and go back and look at it. So.
Kyle, thank you so much, and congratulations. Reese?
Nice. All right, Allison, as Markelle gets that jacket back on. A little kiss for his mom, Ebony, and the big hug there as Fultz. The Sixers say they're changing their slogan from the process to welcome to the moment. Fultz is enjoying that moment as the #1 overall pick, and now the Los Angeles Lakers are on the clock, and something that the Ball family believes that they have been able to speak until it comes into existence. The LA story, Kobe Bryant retired after 20 seasons with the Lakers, carrying them to championships and being the face of that franchise. First season under new head coach Luke Walton, they missed the playoffs for the 4th straight year, and then the front office shakeup. Former Jalen Rose teammate Rob Pelinka's in there with Magic Johnson, who's running the show. And for the 3rd straight year, the Lakers will make the 2nd pick in the draft overall. The first time they did that, 2015, D'Angelo Russell expected to be on his way to the Brooklyn Nets as part of this trade. Michael, we've talked a lot.
All right, guys, do me a solid, man. You see this? This is my sub count, man. Be sure to hit that subscribe button, man. I upload NBA content and NBA news daily. I did this for the draft lottery. I'm going to try to do this more often. As we're about to find out who the Lakers are picking, man, I got to put my Laker hat on. You feel me? You feel me? Ooh. Let's go. Let's go. I'm excited.
Taking Lonzo Ball.
If I'm the Lakers, I take Lonzo Ball and I get on the telephone and I say,
fulfill our destiny, bro. It's Lonzo.
Anybody you want. Just give me Paul George. Now they're in a position to attract other players to come play with him, because I don't think that all-star caliber player, other than possible number 2 pick, is on their roster currently.
I don't think you get a shot at players like Lonzo Ball very often. I mean, think how he transformed UCLA and the way they played just by his very presence. They got up and down the floor. They scored at will. They were the best offensive
Hey,
team.
shout out to y'all for the subscription, man. Thank you guys, man.
Charts good. And I think he's going to translate very well into the NBA with the way that he
Hey,
plays.
bro, y'all are the best. Thank you guys, man.
I'm not saying it's showtime, Lakers, but he's the type of player that can get them back to that.
We don't know if it'll be showtime, but at least for the first time in several years, it looks like the curtains may be parting just a little bit. Foregone conclusion, we believe. Adam Silver about to step to the mic and tell us who the Lakers have selected 2nd overall.
Bro, it's not De'Aaron.
With the 2nd pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Los Angeles Lakers select Lonzo Ball.
Lonzo! Let's go! We all knew it was going to happen, but Lonzo, man. Welcome to the squad.
With his dad and his brother. And
welcome to the freaking
squad,
squad, man. I believe in you. Hey, LeVar was right too, low key.
There's been around the big baller brand, as Jay alluded to. This guy was
Let's go, man.
In terms of creating for his teammates. He led the nation in assists. He had the 3rd most assists.
Bro, he's bringing Showtime back to LA. I don't care what y'all say. This just looks right.
He's got that kind of size and
Yo,
length, and
UCLA
really
is my alma mater as
transition.
well.
He gets up and down the floor. His ability to pass ahead is
Let's go.
He's a
I love this pick, man. Big baller brand.
70% on his twos, mostly because he either gets all the way to the rim or he is shooting a 3 and shot 42% from 3. To say that he's an elite passer, I believe, is an understatement. He's not only really efficient in full court situations, he's really efficient in half court situations. Not necessarily a pick and roll guy, but he can throw it over his head. He finds people. You know, dynamic in transition because he can attack the rim and get there quickly and finish with either hand. Rise up and dunk it. You can throw him a lob. Now his shot is not pretty. It's like Jim Furyk's golf swing. You wouldn't teach anybody that way. But Jim Furyk's golf swing at impact is near perfect. Now the release point here is not perfect, but he makes it, and he makes it at a rate that's better than a lot of guys who say are really good shooters. He can shoot it.
With apologies to Magic Johnson and Jason Kidd, I really love Lonzo Ball. He actually, to me, is a faster, more athletic version than Ricky Rubio. And I know a lot of people are going to say, Ricky Rubio, he's all right, but he's not real. But here's a guy that averaged, on his career, 8 assists and 2 steals. The only other 2 gentlemen
the Minnesota Timberwolves just traded for Jimmy Butler
and Chris Paul.
As soon as this goes, I'm going to show it to y'all.
Ricky Rubio makes players around him better. I know last year that his team took a point guard in the 1st round in the lottery, but guess what Ricky Rubio did? He took his spot back and he basically averaged a triple-double the 2nd half of the season.
Lonzo's the 6th UCLA player to be drafted in the top 2, and those other 2, that's a pretty good company right there.
I need to show y'all a trade real quick.
Big Red and Kareem.
All right, Jason Tatum is going to the Celtics, by the way.
Los Angeles Lakers, Lonzo Ball.
Jimmy
you very
Butler's
much, Reese.
officially traded
Lonzo,
to
The Lakers
Minnesota.
are your hometown team, the team your family wanted to draft you. How does it feel to actually be an LA Laker?
That's a dream come true. Glory to God, and thank you for everybody helping me get here.
Your vision is such a strong part of your game, and you're drafted by a guy that knows a thing or two about that in Magic Johnson. What does it mean to you to have him as a mentor and someone to learn from?
It's crazy. I couldn't ask for anything more, and just to be able to learn from him every day is truly a blessing.
Now, I noticed that you are not wearing the shoes that you walked the red carpet with earlier. Pretty convenient. You had to put on not just the hat, but you also had the shoes waiting for you back there as well.
I did. Kind of had that pre-planned, and I'm glad everything worked out.
And I will note, you didn't have them in any other color, right?
No, this was it.
I know your family's with you here tonight, your dad and your brothers, but your mom, Tina, is at home watching. She suffered a stroke in February. What does it mean to you to be able to play at home because of your mother and being able to be close to her?
Yeah, it helps a lot. I'm glad to be home so she can come to most of the games. And she's getting better every day, so that's great. And I know she's happy at home watching right now.
Lonzo, thank you so much. I appreciate the time. Jeff, let's go over to the man now that spoke it into existence. Jeff?
All right, we got LeVar here. And LeVar, you already got the Lakers hat.
I'm trying to tell you, I knew this was happening before it was happening.
When did you get this hat made?
When he was a baby.
What's it like now that this has come to fruition for you? You've been talking about it for 9 months.
9 months? You're talking about 19, 20 years.
All right, 19, 20
He
years.
had a microphone on me when I was talking about it.
What's it like right now that he is an LA Laker?
It's a wonderful feeling. But I already knew what was coming to him. I got 2 more boys. I got to come do the same thing 2 more years.
So you're going to get them to the Lakers too. How?
The big baller way. Ball control.
Philly is starving for how good is Lonzo Ball going to be for the LA Lakers?
Hey, I'm going to tell you what. Lonzo Ball is going to take the Lakers to the playoffs his first year. Come see me when he does. I have another hat on to say I told you so.
Thanks a lot, LeVar. Congrats.
Thank you.
I love that guy, man.
All righty then.
Talk about the
I
trade.
told you, it's Jerry the King Lawler, it's Ric Flair. It's LeVar Ball.
I want everybody out there to Google Bundini Brown. That's who Muhammad Ali is.
Yo, by the way, guys,
Absolutely.
we're 60 subscribers away from hitting 111,000 subscribers, man. Appreciate y'all supporting.
He spoke it into existence, and I can't front again. Lakers gonna get that ball, and they got that ball.
All right, now let's jump in here. We understand Goodman's got some trade news. Has nothing to do with speaking anything into existence. Jeff Goodman, now what do you got on Jimmy Butler?
We got a big one already, Reese, and Jimmy Butler has been reunited with his former coach, Tom Thibodeau, in Minnesota. In the deal, Zach LaVine, Chris Dunn, and the number 7 pick go to Chicago. In return, Jimmy Butler, all-star, along with the number 16 pick, going in return. So this is our first big one, Reese. Jimmy Butler on the move. Tom Thibodeau reunited.
All right, Jeff, and that's a huge one indeed because the Timberwolves lost more games after having a double-digit lead in the second half than anybody in the NBA. Bottom 5 in the league in defensive efficiency.
Oh, my God.
That will help with having Jimmy Butler.
Absolutely, because you don't really affect your starting lineup because Chris Dunn wasn't getting a lot of minutes. LaVine got injured, and again, I talked about Ricky Rubio. They drafted Dunn to take his spot, and Ricky Rubio kept his position.
Well, Zach LaVine's coming off a serious knee injury. And so you're asking to try to replace 24 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists from Jimmy Butler with a lot of leadership. But Chris Dunn is a player they liked last year. Last year we started talking about how the Bulls wanted to trade up to get Chris Dunn. They get him a year later, number 7 pick. This is pretty good. I'm a Jimmy Butler fan. This is a pretty good haul for Jimmy Butler.
Well, Chicago's going
to that is a good trade. Yo, Bulls fans, you killed that trade, man.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
The Chicago Bulls did well, bro. If you're a Bulls fan, be proud. If you're a Bulls fan, be proud, man. No, if you're a Bulls fan, be proud, man. That was a good haul for Jimmy Butler. You guys did good. All right, here's the next pick. Jason Tatum, bro.
With the 3rd pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Boston Celtics select Jason Tatum from Duke University.
This is the 4th straight year a Blue Devil has been selected in the top 3 as Jason Tatum follows suit behind Jabari Parker and Jahlil Okafor.
The Celtics miss out on Jimmy Butler
going
and
to
take the
Boston right now.
second
Remember, I
best
told you
small
at the
forward
top,
in the draft.
A lot of teams
If you're a Celtic fan, man, you're taking this out.
That he winds
Hold
up
this out,
and
bro.
stays in Boston. It seems to me
I
that
know
they are
Celtic fans.
probably
Do you like
getting
this?
the most polished scorer at this point right now available in the draft. Is that fair to say?
It's more than fair to say. I think Jason Tatum represents shooting.
Why are you happy?
Of the prospects that were available right there, the
I
best
wouldn't be happy.
prospects. He is the best shooter and the best offensive player among Josh Jackson, De'Aaron Fox,
I wouldn't
and
be
the
happy.
like.
To be honest,
He's
I really wouldn't be
smooth.
happy.
He's long-armed, an isolation scorer. Shoots 85% from the free throw line, and you can put him down in the post. He can shoot over you. He can shoot out the three-point range, and that's something he's really improved. He's got a great fadeaway. He needs a little bit better defensive intensity, but I thought he was just scratching the surface of how good he's going to be. He missed the first 9 games of the season, but
By the
toward
way,
the end of
guys,
the year, he was really
do me a
dominant
favor, man.
scorer.
Can we make the push to 1,000 likes? If you haven't liked the stream, bro, be sure to drop a like.
4 games in 4 days, which had never been done in the ACC tournament before. But a young man that you can put him in isolation, and he can make a bucket. I mean, he's got terrific footwork, a very good stroke. I think he can get a lot better with his shooting stroke. His form at times has been inconsistent, but he's got a very good mid-range game. In the post, he can take a smaller guy down there and shoot over. He's a very good driver, excellent step-back move. He can get into your chest and then step away. I think he can be a very good defender. He did not do as good of a job as you would have hoped this year, intensity-wise, and keeping it over a full 40 minutes of play. But he's 19 years old. He's figuring it out. But I'm a huge fan of his. I think he's an outstanding player.
Jason Tatum picked 3rd by the Celtics as Allison is standing by with the former Duke star.
Thank you very much, Reese. Jason, you told me you haven't slept the last couple nights. How are you feeling now that you have officially been drafted by the Celtics?
It's an incredible feeling. I got to give honor to God to be in this position. The feeling is just everything I wish for and more.
Wow,
I'm trying not to cry right now, but I'm so happy.
A lot of emotions, and I know this is special for you because your mom, Brandy, was one of the first people you hugged. She raised you as a single mother, did everything she could to put you in the best situations possible. As you look back at growing up with her and some of the hardships the two of you have been through, what does this night mean to you and to her?
I know it's the best night ever, especially for me and my mom, everything we've been through. And then, for my dad to be here and my grandparents, friends and family, and everybody back home in St. Louis watching and at Duke, I know they're happy for me.
People always have big plans for when they get drafted, but what are your plans to do to help other single mothers once you get that paycheck?
I would love to, help single mothers out, that are in school or working, for a year or two and just help, pay for bills and utilities, just be a blessing to, have that less, burden taken off their shoulders.
Jason, thank you so much. Congratulations. Let's go over to your very proud mama standing by with J. Will.
All right, guys, the Boston Celtics are currently engaged in very heated trade talks for Paul George. Apparently, Jason Tatum could head over there. Also, the next pick is rumored to be Josh Jackson and De'Aaron Fox.
He's been working towards this day since he was about 3 years old, so it's just a joy to sit here and be able to hear his name called and see his dream come true.
Jason said before that he's going to really do some things to help out single moms, also because of your story. How big would that be in order to start something massive like that?
Oh, it's going to be huge, and we've been working on it probably for about 2 or 3 years. We already have the business plan and everything, so it's in our heart, and so we're going to make sure we bring that to fruition in St. Louis.
Last question, what kind of player and what kind of person are the Boston Celtics getting with your son?
They're getting a phenomenal player and person, and his work ethic is unmatched, so he's in his desire to be the best. They're going to be very happy.
Thank you, Brandy. I appreciate it. Back to you, RD.
All right, Jay Will. Brandy used to take Jason to her classes. She got several graduate degrees and would haul Jason along when he was just a little boy into those classes. So he's seen how hard his mom has worked, and she's enjoying this night. And now, this is the way.
I'm waiting to give y'all an update on Paul George right now, guys. Guys, if you haven't subscribed, be sure to do so, man. You guys have been so supportive of this. I'm going to try to do these more often. Every year for the draft. Why not?
Over a 5-year period, Granger averaged over 21 points in this league before his career got cut short with injury.
No, they just compare him to Danny Granger. I'm sleep, bro.
I mean, that's what we take a guy that high in last year's draft, and you think about they're dealing with Cleveland now. Everything is directed toward the Cavaliers. You see those guys playing together.
I do. I think this is why you take Tatum as opposed to Josh Jackson, because he and Jaylen Brown are a lot more similar, but you want Tatum to give you offense, especially in isolation situations.
Yeah, he gives you shooting. That's the only thing Josh Jackson doesn't give you is shooting. Josh Jackson gives you everything else at least as good and at least as well as Jason Tatum does. He just doesn't shoot it like Tatum does.
I think it was Tom Penn.
Yo, the Suns are going to be dope, bro.
Good. The question is, can they get to great? Will Jason Tatum stick around there? Will he be the one to help them do that? Suns are looking for a little good to start with. Here's Commissioner Silver.
With the 4th pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Phoenix Suns select Josh Jackson from the University of
That's a
Phoenix.
good pick. That's a good pick.
Josh Jackson, a high-energy player, finished his one season with the Jayhawks, 13 double-doubles. That's most in a single season in Kansas' storied history. He was the Big 12 Freshman of the Year.
Can also play the saxophone.
But as Jay has mentioned, the one thing about Josh Jackson is how well will he score? How will he
That's such a random fact.
Terrific athlete, motivated competitor all the time, plays hard all the time.
Oh, he's a stud. He's a freak athlete that happens to be very skilled. I think he's the best wing defender in this draft. He can guard 1 through 4. He's a very good wing passer, good vision. He can drive it left. He can drive it right. Excellent in transition. You can throw lobs to him. He can play above the rim. An excellent finisher at the rim. Josh Jackson's got everything except, Reese, as you mentioned, he is not an accomplished shooter. Like, that stroke has got to improve. But with his length and his freak athleticism, I mean, he gets to the rim and finishes plays. That's a big-time finisher there. And he does it with either hand. And he does it in a smooth fashion. He does compete. He plays hard all the time. He doesn't take plays off. He goes to the glass, too, and he'll stick his nose in there and rebound. But his ability to defend, I think, really sets him apart. His versatility, while at the same time being productive. Like, he scored over 500 points at Kansas as a freshman. He had over 50 steals. He had over 30 blocks. Like, you don't see that.
Very good pick. Very good pick. They got the most bang for their buck. They straight up got the most bang for their buck, bro. I like that comparison too. That's a good comparison for him.
The Cavs in a closeout game. Andre Iguodala, probably not considered a knockdown three-point shooter. Not necessarily the best free throw shooter, but a guy that makes an impact when he's on the basketball floor.
As Fran Fraschilla says, he plays with a chip on both shoulders. That's the word about him. He talks to coaches along the way, 18 and under, all along the way. There's a nastiness, there's a sense of confrontation. He's the alpha male in this draft class. And with Devin Booker, you talk about dynamic wings. This is the best news probably the Suns have had since Steve Nash was there.
Yes, indeed, true story.
I'm sure he has chips on both shoulders when he plays. Probably in a really good mood with Allison Williams now, though.
Thank you guys very much. Josh, let me ask you, you worked out for the Suns. You chose not to work out for the Celtics because of scheduling conflicts. Do you think that impacted where you were drafted?
Maybe a little bit, but, you know, I'm here today. I'm happy. You know, I'm glad to be a Phoenix Sun now.
What do you think you can most contribute to the Suns?
I think I can bring a lot of defensive versatility, offensive versatility. You know, I can guard 1 through 4 on the defensive end, and I can also play 1 through 4 on the offensive end.
Josh, thank you so much, and congratulations. Reese, over to you.
Congrats, Suns fans. That's a good pick. That's the best value pick so far of the draft.
We're about to break in just a moment. The top 4 picks.
All right, guys, they're about to take a break.
All freshmen, just as they were back in 2014, Wiggins, Parker, Embiid, and Aaron Gordon. We're about to make it 5 straight when Sacramento makes its pick. would be shocked if that's not the man. Sacramento is in need of a point guard, and why not have the fastest man in the draft?
All right, guys, as they're taking a break on commercials, I'm going to give you guys shout-outs on Snapchat and Instagram. I do not believe in showing the commercials, you know? Like, I hope y'all understand. Be sure to subscribe and whatnot, and I'm going to keep switching back from Instagram to Snapchat. If you follow me on either right now, you'll see your name on the screen. As soon as the draft comes back, I'm going to be playing it. Don't trip. I've done this before, okay? Don't trip. I know a bunch of y'all are going to get angry, say, blah, 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 blah. What are you doing? Trust me, I do this all the time. I know what I'm doing. As soon as commercials are over, you guys are going to, I'm going to be coming back doing my thing. So let's switch back to Snapchat real quick, show y'all love. My Instagram and Snapchat and Twitter are all up there. I'm also going to be discussing, looking for the latest rumors right now. So it looks like, here's what's going down so far. Orlando is going to, the Kings are going to take De'Aaron Fox with the 5th pick. Orlando is going to take Jonathan Isaac with the 6th pick. And Boston and Indiana are currently holding talks about Paul George. Bro, so far my mock draft's been spot on. Like, it's kind of nuts how spot on my mock draft's been so far. Hey, shout out to all y'all showing me love on the gram, by the way, man. Shout out to all of y'all giving me love on the gram. Damn, there's a lot. They're currently playing that hilarious Foot Locker commercial, by the way.
And shouted back and forth with Stephen A. Smith
So what's going
about
on?
how you're already better than the reigning league MVP. All those interviews from the stands during college games, the public spats with the all-time greats, soundbite after soundbite to the national media, and then tells 29 out of 30 teams to not bother drafting you.
And fishing. We went fishing a lot.
That's the best. I love that commercial, bro.
Ideas come into this world ugly and messy. They are the natural.
Hey, man, thank you so much for the support you guys have been giving me. Subscribing, man. Follow me on the gram. Following me on Snapchat. Follow me on Twitter. You guys are amazing, bro. There's not that many commercial breaks, so forgive my crazy cloud chasing right now. I want to make sure there's no, like, interruptions, you know? And, of course, smash that like button. Spread the word. Oh, it's back. Fuck. Okay, it's back.
It's presented by State Farm, here to help life go right. And in part by New Era, the official head.
Am I a man of my word? One in the chat if I'm a man of my word, bro.
From the writer and director.
Y'all thought I was bullshitting, didn't you?
Dark 30 in theaters August 4th.
They thought I was
Kings about to
BSing.
make their pick. The reason they're picking 5th, the result of the 76ers Kings deal. Sixers exercised their right to swap picks. Sixers went 3rd. Now the Kings going 5th. Here's Adam Silver.
With the 5th pick
De'Aaron,
in the
this is De'Aaron.
2017 NBA Draft, the Sacramento Kings select De'Aaron Fox.
Bro, I want De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk on the same team.
There's old John Calipari, who's now produced a top 10 NBA pick in each of his last 10 seasons. And De'Aaron Fox, after a single season at Kentucky, in which he was terrific, goes 5th overall to Sacramento. Led the SEC in assists. He is a speed demon, and he has a magnetic personality. During recruiting with Kentucky, players were drawn to wanting to play with De'Aaron Fox. So he is the type of leader and type of personality that you would like to do something for the Kings, who haven't been in the playoffs since 2006.
Can I differ with you on one thing?
What's that?
He didn't produce them. He recruited them.
Okay, he recruited him. That's right.
He helped them and recruited them, but he didn't produce them.
Point taken, Mr. Semantics. Now please continue, if you will.
Well, De'Aaron Fox is the fastest player in the draft. If this were a race, he would have won this thing. Yeah, he's John Wall fast. He just doesn't have a John Wall body. An excellent defender. He gets steals and deflections. He's very good on the ball and excellent in transition. He's the #2 transition scorer in this draft. #1 was Malik Monk. 6 points a game scoring in transition. Malik Monk, 6 points a game. Just elite speed in the open floor and excellent quickness, and also a very good finisher. Led the Southeastern Conference in both assists and assists per game, even had a triple-double against Arizona State. in the Bahamas. He's a very good passer. You know, he's right-handed naturally, but he plays and shoots as a lefty. But an excellent passer, finds people in transition, and he's unafraid. The one thing he's got to improve upon, he's got not only defensive potential, he's an excellent defender right now. He doesn't have that freak length that a lot of players have in this draft, and he's not exceptionally tall, but he can really play. But he needs to improve his shooting. Only shot 24% from three-point range, although he shot it better toward the end of the year.
I agree with you, Jay. Us lefties, we can be unorthodox. I'm pretty sure you like your fellow shot-towner right there, Michael Wilbon.
I do.
The most famous lefty
Yeah,
I
so
know.
far
The former commander-in-chief. Had to give a shout to the lefties. Again,
So
he has
far, my
John
mock
Wall
draft
speed,
is
as you
spot
mentioned,
on.
but you said he's right naturally and shoots lefty. Like
Talk
Michael
about being a good
Conley
analyst.
with the Memphis Grizzlies, who had a big-time season this year. I anticipate he's going to continue to get better. I love De'Aaron Fox as a basketball player.
And we've never seen this before. 5 freshmen selected to start an NBA draft. De'Aaron Fox being the latest. We will likely continue that trend with the Orlando Magic on the clock. And right now, De'Aaron Fox is with Allison.
Thank you very much, De'Aaron. You are the 5th straight freshman drafted tonight, and I know some of these guys you've known since 3rd grade. What has it been like to share this experience with all of them?
It's been extremely gratifying. You know, I've known Jason since you said since the 4th grade, and man, I'm speechless right now. You know, we're living out our dreams together.
What are the emotions you're feeling on this night? I know it's got to be one of the biggest nights of your life.
I can't even describe it. Like I said, I mean, I'm extremely happy. You know, I'm finally where I wanted to be. But you know, like they've said all week, you know, the work's just beginning.
How do you think your speed will translate to the next level?
Well, you know, a lot of the comparisons are John Wall, and you saw how he was competing and how he was playing in the playoffs. So if I'm able to use my speed the way he was, then I mean, speed kills, and you can't really teach it.
De'Aaron, you're my vote for best dressed. Real quick, though, show off the inside lining of your jacket, which folks haven't gotten to see yet.
So it's breast cancer signs, and my mom's actually a 21-year breast cancer survivor, so that's just something for her.
I love it. De'Aaron, thank you so much. Congratulations to you and your family.
And so it's actually me, JCPenney actually partnered with me, with Malik and I, to design these suits, and I feel like I won best dress and best shoes.
And he turned off the mic as he was putting over JCPenney.
He is a pro. He's already, you know, getting props to his sponsors in. It's like he's done this before.
I feel like I won.
You got my vote. Save your vote, guys. Do you love the shoes?
Not bad. Magnetic guy. We spent some time with him at the NBA Draft Combine back in Chicago a month or so ago. And
By the way, guys, can we make the push to 2,000 likes, man? 2,000 likes would be amazing, bro.
Did not produce De'Aaron Fox. He merely recruited him.
None of them produce a lottery pick.
All right. You know what I mean.
What NBA coach produces the most All-Stars?
The one who has the Warriors, Steve Kerr.
The ones who draft them.
Yeah, that's right. Orlando's on the clock right now, by the way, and they've finished last 5 straight years. Mike, we've talked a lot about this. We've set the record now with 5 straight freshmen. Going to be a lot more freshmen selected, probably a record number in the first round. What does it signal to?
First of all, it's going to be signaling the end of this process. I mean, we talked about this last night in our pre-draft show, Reese. The league is going to do something different here. Adam Silver has come out and said this isn't working, meaning one and done, for either college basketball or the NBA. We're talking about performance now, nothing else. Not salaries, not getting to free agency more quickly, none of the business aspects, just performance. And so, look, the best players now, they're advised. They know they're the best players. We're playing against the same group of people. We just heard him say since 3rd grade. They know who the best players are. The question is, for the business of both college basketball and pro basketball, what's going to happen going forward, whether we agree or not? It seems like it's going to be 2 years. So I don't know how much longer we're going to be talking about freshmen dominating the NBA draft.
Well, they might not dominate the NBA draft, but they'll probably wind up more of them going to the D-League as D-League salaries go up, two-way contracts, all that stuff. You're still going to see young players leaving college if college doesn't address the compensation issue.
By the way, Jay, what about Europe and Australia? We got that a couple of times tonight. Do you see that as
and of course, guys, if you haven't subscribed yet, bro, I really think we could go crazy and mess around and hit 112,000 by the end of the stream. Y'all are amazing, man. Just know I appreciate each and every one of y'all supporting me. Jonathan Isaac's going to be picked next.
Unless it's just for publicity.
If you have a couple of years, that might impact their desire. Terrence Ferguson's one who's been an advocate for that. On the clock right now, Orlando Orlando making the pick. They've got 4 picks in the top 35 selections of this draft. The Magic trying to rebuild things, get out of the cellar where they finished 5 straight years. Here's Adam Silver.
With the 6th pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Orlando Magic select Jonathan Isaac from Florida State University.
That'll be a pretty short move for Jonathan from Tallahassee down to Orlando. Athletic, skilled guy. You know, he grew 8 inches over the course of his high school career. Now, listen to me closely, especially you, Billis. I'm not saying he's Anthony Davis. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is being a smaller guy for a long time, growing up, learning how to play guard, and then getting tall later in his career, there are some similarities in that aspect in the skill set that he could potentially bring to Orlando. Did I cover my bases well enough for you there?
That was, I didn't mean to throw you out for a game like this. You're very sensitive. The sensitive Reese Davis, but Jonathan Isaac, obviously you can see he is rail thin. I mean, I don't think he even weighs 210 pounds right now, but he is very skilled, and he's a fluid shooter and a very mobile athlete that runs with really long strides, and he's got defensive versatility. He can block shots. He's got the athletic ability to guard multiple positions when he gets into the NBA and gets a little bit stronger, and he does need to get stronger. He's got good form, a little bit of a slow release. He shot 42% from deep in February, only shot 17% from deep in March. I thought that was a really interesting finish that he had to the season. But his fluidity is really impressive. He can get up and down the floor. He can drive it. He's got a good feel for the game, and he's a great kid. And everybody get ready to take another drink. He's got ridiculous length. His arms go forever. 7'2" wingspan at 6'10", and he uses it very effectively. His shooting touch is very good. Shoots from the mid-range, can stretch it out, but he's not consistent with it when he stretches it out. And that's the next step for him, is to be consistent with his shooting.
And the base of his game, as you mentioned, Jay, is going to be all about defense, which reminds me of a former player that played most of his career with the Utah Jazz, AK-47, Andre Kirilenko, who's first team all-defense one time, second team twice, a super versatile wing that led the league in blocks at 6'9", 220 once in his career. That's the kind of defensive intensity they hope to get from Jonathan Isaac.
And the former Seminole headed to the Magic, Jonathan Isaac with Allison Williams.
Thank you very much, Reese. When you have hair that good, you hold the hat. You don't wear it. Jonathan, you were born not far from here in the Bronx, but you grew up in Naples. You played at Florida State. What does it mean to you to be drafted by a Florida team in Orlando?
Man, it means everything. You know, maybe I would have loved to be drafted by a New York team so I could come home, but, you know, it is kind of home to me. I've been living in Florida for 9 years, so it feels great.
Damn, he
so
just said he wanted to play in New York.
What have NBA teams and executives told you about your size when you get into the league?
My size, you know, I definitely got to get stronger. You know, and that's the first thing I got to focus on. I'm going to gain weight with time, but, you know, the first thing is getting stronger.
Jonathan, thank you so much. Congratulations. Reese?
Allison, Jonathan, thank you very much. Isaac, the third Seminole, all time to be drafted in the top 10. George McLeod, Dave Cowan's the other. Now, Timberwolves are on the clock right now, but this is going to be a selection for the Bulls. The Bulls and Timberwolves, Jeff Goodman told us earlier, this is the proposed trade. A huge one that would reunite Jimmy Butler with Tom Thibodeau, who's now coaching the Timberwolves. They need a little experience. They need some defensive upgrades.
Yo,
Bulls
Malik
getting Zach
Monk
LaVine,
may be
Chris
able to
Dunn,
play with
and
De'Aaron
this
Fox,
number
by the
7
way.
pick, which will be coming in just a moment. As we check in now with Tom Penn. So, Tom, we talked about Minnesota needing a veteran guy. What does this do for the Timberwolves?
Yeah, Tom Thibodeau says, I don't need a freshman. Give me Jimmy Butler, age 27. Check him out in the landscape. He now gets to shepherd and go with the #1 pick, Karl Anthony Towns from last year. They know they got Deng over there, and here's Wiggins right on the other wing. Put these guys together, and what does he give Tom Thibodeau? Major production. This is a top 15 player in the league. This guy is an adult who's ready to come in and lead. It's time for them to get better, to get more serious, and Tibbs is ready to go now. Great trade for the Timberwolves, bringing this guy right in the middle of all the kids.
You've got Towns, you've got Wiggins, not yet 23 years old, both averaging at least 23 points per game. So as I mentioned, while the Timberwolves, that's who they will announce this pick for, this is a pick that is going to be made for the Chicago Bulls as a result of that trade. So the Bulls moving Jimmy Butler out of town, going to Minnesota, a team that among the poorer defensive teams in the league, but one of the better offensive teams and a little more balanced. We've got a little delay backstage now. Perhaps they're seeing if that trade can be completed before they come out. Maybe it might be the reason as we await Adam Silver to come out and let him know, or maybe the Bulls are trying to decide who they want the Timberwolves to select.
It better be a shooter.
Sorry, I'm getting a little
It better
tired,
be a
man.
shooter. I mean, the Bulls were so far down in three-point shooting last year, shooting overall. If they're going to rebuild, and this is what they're finally committing to rebuilding, which is something that the Bulls management did not want to do a year ago. They thought by bringing Rajon Rondo and Dwayne Wade in, they could sort of keep it there, be a playoff team, steal around. Almost did that anyway. But now they're finally committing to rebuilding. This still, though, Jay, has to be a shooter, doesn't it?
Chicago was 28th in the league in three-point shooting last year. The two best shooters in the draft are Malik Monk of Kentucky and Lauri Markkanen of Arizona. Markkanen is a 7-footer, and obviously Malik Monk about 6'3", and has crazy range, one of the best shooters you've seen in recent memory.
Already the winner of the night is the Minnesota Timberwolves. Karl Anthony Towns, Wiggins, and now they add Jimmy Butler to go with Ricky Rubio, who's going to make people around him better.
The Bulls definitely
They're
won,
legit
bro.
now in the Western Conference
They definitely
and in the
won.
NBA
They
race.
look like a playoff team.
Yeah, absolutely.
They really do look
no
like
doubt about it.
You know what? They won 31 games last year, and they lost more games than any team in the league, in which they had a double-digit lead in the second half. You know, over the course of 82 games, maybe that means something, maybe it doesn't, but it seems to indicate to me that they don't know how to finish. The more they play, the more they'll be able to finish some of those games.
And two-way players. Ricky Rubio has quick hands. We know Wiggins can get after it, guard in multiple positions. Jimmy Butler can be a defender as well. And obviously Karl Anthony Towns rebounds the basketball, gets blocks. Minnesota Timberwolves are that team now with the bright future.
Okay, I'm told that Commissioner Silver now is ready with the pick. It is Minnesota officially on the clock, but making the pick due to the Jimmy Butler proposed trade at the moment for the Chicago Bulls.
With the 7th pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Minnesota Timberwolves select Lauri Markkanen.
Yo, I'm still perfect on my mock draft.
Finland and the University of Arizona.
And Lauri Markkanen becomes the first Finnish-born player ever to be drafted in the first round. His dad, Pekka, played a season at Kansas and then played overseas. This guy was a guy who was in love with basketball from the earliest age. Drove everybody in the neighborhood in Finland crazy about playing early in the morning, late at night. They finally made the rule, no basketball before 7 a.m. or after 10 p.m. Terrific shooter, big guys you mentioned, Jay. What will the Bulls eventually be getting?
They are getting a fabulous Finn, who is the best shooting big man in the draft. He's got a high, quick release. He's a pick and pop terror. He averaged over a point per possession in 11 different offensive categories and 1.2 points per possession in pick and pop. That is outstanding. Very skilled. He can drive it. He had 69 three-point field goals this year. That's the most.
He's
by
gonna be a
7-footer
beast, bro.
in 20 years. That quick release makes him really hard to deal with, and it's a high release. He's not a shot blocker, but he knocks free throws down at 83%. One thing he's got to do is be very careful when he is driving in Finland, because Finland on speeding tickets, they calculate the fine based on annual income. His fines are going to go way up. He's making a lot of money now.
That is very nice. He's a much better ball handler than the guy I'm comping him to, but he's not really going to be a stretch 4, but more of a stretch 5. How about another Wildcat, Channing Frye, who also has a quick release, has done a really good job over his career, knocking down three-point shots at a high clip at 39%. So I liken Markkanen to Channing Frye.
Markkanen selected by the Timberwolves. This would be part of the proposed trade to the Bulls, in which Jimmy Butler will be headed to Minnesota. And so now the team on the clock, the New York Knicks.
Yeah, but you know, James Dolan isn't there. He's busy playing for his band.
Headlines in a season of drama for a team that really hasn't played very well. Derrick Rose had a little disappearing act Phil Jackson took to Twitter about Carmelo. Oakley rumbling all over the place. Joakim Noah suspended. And then the Zen Master trying to push Carmelo out, telling him it's time to move on. Kristaps Porzingis blew off the exit meeting, which has irritated Phil and led to the declaration earlier that Phil Jackson said he was willing to trade
I'm
Porzingis
sorry, Knicks
if the
fans.
right deal came along. All of the back pages here in New York for the last few days have been just excoriating Jackson over this and wondering whether the Knicks, in fact, know exactly what they're doing at the moment as they wait to see what they will do. No matter what, how things can change in 2 years. Remember at the top of the show tonight, we showed the dad and the little kid who were here a couple of years ago. There he is right there. When they selected Porzingis, he put the thumbs down and they were all going boo, boo. And now look whose jersey he's wearing.
But they haven't really, nothing's changed.
Oh, yeah,
the Knicks were irrelevant. They're as irrelevant now as they were when they chose Porzingis, which is not a comment on Porzingis. It's a comment on the New York Knicks. I know the building will go crazy, and it's exciting here in metropolitan New York. The Knicks are one of the most irrelevant teams that we're going to talk about tonight, if not the most irrelevant.
And that kid is wearing a Porzingis jersey, but it doesn't mean he's not going to be
Yo,
crying.
Phil Jackson's the woke.
Well, we know who isn't crying tonight. James Dolan, who has a concert going on right now.
That's right. He's playing one of the Straight Shots band. I think he's playing with the Straight Shots tonight.
Must be nice to have the fourth #1 team in the NBA.
Our buddy Rich Eisen pointing that out to me earlier today that Dolan wouldn't be around, and Jay Williams saying that Phil was nodding off some of the draft workouts.
Yo, I'm sorry, but I already know who they took. You're going to be a little disappointed.
Or it's just been a situation that's not fixable yet for Phil.
Well, actually, it was a genius move for James Dolan to bring in Phil Jackson, pay him $60 million when fans were picketing his ownership. They gave Phil the autonomy. They gave Carmelo Anthony a no-trade clause, drafted Porzingis, and everybody was happy. Now the Knicks, as you guys have mentioned, are right back where we started.
And so the Knicks with the 8th overall pick. Let's see what kind of reaction we get here in Brooklyn. Commissioner Silver with the Knicks pick.
Oh, I know. We all know who this is.
With the 8th pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the New York Knicks select Frank Ntilikina.
Damn.
Strasbourg, France, in SIG basketball.
How many times do you think he had to practice to get that name?
Frank Ntilikina from France. He turned pro at the age of 15.
By the way, guys, we're 500 subs away from hitting our next milestone, 112,000 subscribers. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't, bro.
A couple of years ago, is Ntilikina, who is still in the middle of his French League playoffs. In fact, will leave in the wee hours this morning to get back for a decisive Game 5 in the playoffs. We wanted to be here for this moment. And the Knicks, because they go their own way all the time, they end the run on freshmen at the beginning of the draft. Although I guess Ntilikina, if he played college ball, would be about the same age anyway, right?
He would be a freshman, yeah.
So, Ntilikina going to the New York Knicks. Who's the MVP?
Do you want me to spoil the draft? One in the chat if you want me to tell you who each team's drafting ahead of time. Let me know. I could do that, bro.
Not much of a height advantage on Adam Silver. Here is Frank Ntilikina, the 18-year-old from France. He is a lead guard.
Hey, man, thank you guys, bro.
You know this guy? I sure do. Le triangle. That's what they say. Welcome to the triangle, Frank.
Welcome to the triangle. God damn it. Oh, wow, that's an L.
Fits the triangle. 6'5", 7-foot wingspan, outstanding defender, above average.
Yo.
Shoots 40% from three, has a very good basketball IQ.
I don't know why they wouldn't take Dennis Smith.
Keep that in mind. But what you like about him is that
Dennis Smith Jr. is going to the Mavericks, bro.
and the big thing for me is that he is going to fit the triangle for Jeff Hornacek.
Good vision, careless passer. He's going to be solid. Like that.
No? All right, I won't do it anymore. You guys could go follow Waj if you wanna find that out. All right, I won't spoil. You guys are divided. I think it's better I don't spoil.
The So Ntilikina going to the Knicks with the 8th overall pick. Fran, you've had some talk about him, about where you think what he can be in the NBA and what's expected for a pick here. As you have a look, I mentioned that he's going to be leaving in the wee hours to go back to France, and then after he lands, he's going to have about an hour car ride to be able to get back to the site of that Game 5 of the Pro A Championship. And with the 6-hour time change, he should get there just in time for stretch. Is it a stretch, Franny, to think that Ntilikina can be an NBA starter? Is he a potential all-star? What is his ceiling?
Well, to me, Reese, he's going to be a starter. When you pick the 8th pick in the draft, this is ESPN analytics, by the way. 14% all-star, 59% bust potential. I'm just going by the educated eye. To me, he's a kid that can play both guard spots. He's not a point, he's not a 2. I think he's going to be a solid starter in the league. Don't get me wrong, I don't see all-star yet, but he'll turn 19 in July. And here's the big thing. He's in a league that produces really good NBA players. The French Pro A League, Tony Parker, Nick Batum, Rudy Gobert, Boris Diaw. If you put him in college, he's averaging 18 a game. But he's a role player, a starter on a really good French team. Long-term, starter would be great, Knicks fans. Don't think anything more. If he becomes a star, celebrate. But I like the pick because I like his long-term potential.
And Fran, as it regards to competition, didn't you say North Carolina would get whooped by 40 by a team in the French League?
Yes, I think, yeah. I think the best teams in France and Europe would annihilate the best college teams. I do.
All right, Allison, I just want to throw you under the bus, Fran. Allison Williams with Frank Ntilikina.
Thank you very much, Frank. You traveled across the Atlantic while your team is playing for a championship to be here tonight. Why was it so important to you to experience this night?
I mean, to be here just like a dream come true. So to me, it was really important to be here. I didn't do any workout, but I mean, to be here in the U.S., enjoying the process with my family is really important.
You've got to spend a few days here in New York City. Tell me, what do you know about the New York Knicks?
Definitely a great organization. The New York Knicks has a good history, great history, and actually they're playing basketball that brings championship. So definitely.
Speaking of championships, you're going to try and win one tomorrow. Tell fans a little bit what your next 24 hours looks like.
Actually, I have to go back to my city back in France tonight, 2 a.m. I have a flight, and yeah, definitely we're trying to get the championship tomorrow night, Game 5, close-out game. So a little bit crazy, but that's what we play for.
Frank, congratulations and good luck. Safe travels.
Volume better, guys.
Reese.
Safe travels indeed, Allison, as the Dallas Mavericks about to make their selection. Mavericks making their first top 10 pick of the Mark Cuban era.
The Sacramento Kings just traded the 10th pick to Portland for the 15th and 20th pick. We were so close.
In the 2017 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Dennis Smith Jr. from North Carolina State University.
Dennis Smith Jr. was the freshman of the year in the ACC. He averaged better than 18 points per game. We were talking about him earlier tonight. He had a knee injury in high school, came back last year and played well for a North Carolina State team that did not meet the expectations. Dennis Smith Jr., an explosive athlete. They do question his effort from time to time, at least in terms of consistency, but now he's going to the Mavericks, their first top 10 pick since they took Robert Traylor and immediately traded him for Dirk Nowitzki.
Well, first, very cool that Mark Gottfried is there with Dennis Smith Jr. He's a physically imposing guard that's got a 48-inch vertical. He is beyond strong and explosive. He can get to the basket off of pick and rolls. It's like trying to guard a bowling ball going downhill. He's the first player since John Wall in college, the first freshman to average 15 points, 6 assists, and 1.5 steals. He is not a focused defender. That's the one problem you've got with him. He does get a lot of steals, but he gives up a lot of buckets. He doesn't always play hard on defense. He could be a big-time defender if he did, because he's got that kind of ability. Streaky shooting, but he does have NBA range. He's wired to score. I mean, he had 2 triple-doubles in ACC play. That's never happened before.
At 6'3", 195, here's another guy, Stevie Franchise, that had a lot of bounce to his game, that you couldn't stay in front of one-on-one. They had the crossover, they had the spin, that could twist and turn in the lane, and could make plays with the best of them in the backcourt, who also was a multi-time All-Star.
Mavericks were the only team in the league to average fewer than 100 points per game last year. Dennis Smith Jr. hopes to change that. He's with Allison.
Dennis, thank you so much. Reese here with Dennis Smith Jr. And as you walk across that stage, you know, you do so as defending ACC Rookie of the Year, but now you have your sights on a different rookie award. NBA Rookie of the Year is what you said you want to achieve next year. How do you go about doing that?
By doing the same thing that I did last year, you know, continuing to work hard, believing in God and controlling what I can control.
In a draft with so many talented point guards, what do you think you did to separate yourself a bit?
You know, I just went out and competed every chance I had. The numbers speak for themselves, but, you know, I just got to focus on being the best Dennis Smith Jr. I can.
Did this night go as you expected it?
Kentucky backcourt isn't happening, guys.
All right, Dennis, thank you so much. Congratulations.
Kentucky backcourt isn't happening. They're trading the pick to the Blazers.
So the Kings, for the second time in the top 10, on the clock to make their second pick of the first round. They already have De'Aaron Fox out of Kentucky. Who will the Kings select? I'll tell you when you come back.
All right, guys, you know how we do. All right, while commercials are going down, I give y'all shout-outs. So if you want, go ahead, follow your boy on the gram. That's my Instagram. You're going to get a nice little shout-out on screen while we wait for the draft to come back. And, of course, on Snapchat. If you follow me, you're going to get a nice little shout-out there as well. All right, and in the meantime, while I'm waiting for you guys to get me on the gram, I'm going to shout out the people that saw my saw my story. You know, gotta support the people that have already been supporting me. You know how we do, bro. And at the same time, man, if you're enjoying the stream, be sure to drop a like. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. That's when I'm gonna bring out my Ciroc bottle, bro. I got a Ciroc bottle. We're gonna take some shots. We're gonna have a good time. Let's get to work on the Instagram, bro. You know, shout out to my man Official Spence with the follow on the gram. And if you're worried, bro, I promise you, as soon as the draft comes back, I'm going to show y'all love. I'm going to bring it back. I just don't believe in showing ads on my live stream. You know, that's kind of backwards, if you ask me. So, yeah, shout out to all y'all. Show me love. Show me support. I upload NBA content daily, NBA news content daily. So, yeah, man, I appreciate all y'all showing me love. And be sure to subscribe if you love the NBA, because if you love the NBA, then my channel is the channel for you. They're currently showing like some BS commercial about boats. Shout out to y'all, man. Goodness, man, there's so many of y'all. Thank you, man. And guys, let's try to make the push to 2,000 likes. If you haven't liked the stream yet, be sure to do so. Now they're doing a Bud Light commercial. Hey, shout out to you guys, man. Damn, low-key, I say which LA Fitness I go to. All right, guys. Draft is back. Let me get my Snapchat homies one last time.
Lowry marketing out of Arizona in exchange for Jimmy Butler. All of that young talent in Minnesota. Now they've got a veteran leader. Tom Thibodeau, of course, very familiar with Butler from Thibodeau's time in Chicago. And as I mentioned, with Sacramento about to make a pick officially, Jeff Goodman has news on that pick coming up. Jeff?
Yeah, the Sacramento Kings have traded this pick to Portland. The Trailblazers have 3 picks in the first round, 15 and 20. They're swapping with Sacramento here to move up, and they're going to take Zach Collins, the freshman out of Gonzaga, who I just looked at, and he's thrilled after receiving the news.
So freaking close.
Zach Collins to Portland.
All right, Jeff. So Jeff reporting on the trade with the Kings still technically on the clock. Adam Silver is about to step to the podium and announce the selection that the Kings will make. Soon will be on its way to Portland.
With the 10th pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Sacramento Kings select Zach Collins from Gonzaga University.
Zach Collins was instrumental in Gonzaga's terrific run all the way to the national championship game, in which they lost to North Carolina, and Collins was sensational. This is a guy who didn't start to his senior year in high school, Jay, but he's a guy that is highly skilled. You believe maybe among those guys you sat behind in high school, he's going to end up being the best player of the bunch.
Oh, when he was in high school at Bishop Gorman High School in Las Vegas, he was with Steven Zimmerman and Chase Jeter. So he wasn't the best player in his high school team. He wasn't the best player in his college team, but he's the best prospect out of all of them. He's a two-way player that's got NBA range on his jump shot, a good touch. He's an excellent finisher around the basket, really good feet, and he can really run. He changes ends very well. 5th most efficient player in the nation. Now, he will block and change shots. One thing, though, he is foul prone. He had the most disqualifications off the bench of any player in the country with 7, and fouled out of the championship game, but his mobility is excellent, really good footwork, and he's a competitor. He's a as Mark Few would put it, he's a gamer. He doesn't take a back seat to anybody. And I think the one thing, though, you mentioned, he's never been the best player on his team. The only thing you would have liked to have seen him play another year in college to see him be the man. But when he goes into the NBA, he's got all the tools to be an outstanding NBA player long term.
He's more athletic than this count, but did you say fouls and foul prone and physical play? How about this guy out of Notre Dame who played for the Detroit Pistons? Bill Laimbeer, who before his time was actually shooting threes and spreading the floor, winning championships with the bad boy Pistons, getting rebounds, being a physical presence. If you put this young man with Nurkic, and obviously the explosive backcourt of McCollum and Lillard, I really like what the Portland Trail Blazers did here with this pick.
Bill Laimbeer went to Palos Verdes High School. We smell dead fish.
Collins is the first one and done in Gonzaga history. He's the second Zag to go in the top 10, but there's even more ethereal realm that he's joining.
Guys, we're 300 likes away from me bringing out the alcohol, man.
Double-double with 5 blocks. Zach Collins did it against South Carolina this year. Anthony Davis and Danny Manning are the other two to be able to do that. Zach Collins, a top 10 pick, presumably on his way to Portland, though Sacramento made the pick. He's with Allison Williams.
Thank you, Reese. Zach, I have to ask you, I understand you had a rather large 5th-year senior playing in front of you, but how do you go from not starting a single game in your 1 year with the Zags to being a lottery pick in the NBA?
I have no idea. All I can say is that, you know, just playing behind a guy like that all year and learning from him and, you know, having the type of trust that the coaches had in me the whole time, and, you know, to go in and play those small minutes and produce in those small minutes, you know, I got to, you know, attribute that to staying in the gym and working on things that I couldn't necessarily show in every single game. But I know when I got a good opportunity, I go out there and perform.
Zach, thank you so much. Appreciate the time. Congratulations. Reese?
All right, Alice, I wonder if Zach is going to want to keep that cap as a souvenir. He's going to have to trade it in for a Blazers one shortly. The Hornets are on the clock. Would Michael Jordan dare go Justin Jackson, Isaiah Hicks, Kennedy Meeks?
All right,
With the
guys.
first pick in the NBA
You know
draft.
how this works. To all the people showing me love on the gram and Snapchat, while we're waiting for the commercials to end. Oh, wait, what? Yeah, we saw that. And of course, man, be sure to subscribe. I'm going to be making free agency videos, and I'm going to also come out with a draft grades video as soon as the draft is over. And also, man, be sure to leave a like. 300 likes away. It's gonna start getting pretty wild up in here, bro.
Sunday night baseball, Sunday night 7 o'clock. National League Central foes colliding at Busch, Pirates and Cardinals. Coverage starting 7 o'clock Eastern on ESPN. Baseball tonight, Sunday night countdown, and they're all streaming live on the ESPN app. 10 picks have been made in this 2017 NBA draft, and at the moment, the Charlotte Hornets will make the next pick. Hornets 0-9 in one-possession games last year, looking for some scoring help for Kemba Walker, I would assume, too.
Absolutely. Maybe Coach Cal will be celebrating after this pick. Put somebody in the backcourt, as you mentioned, with Kemba Walker that can immediately get you buckets.
Certain high-scoring guard.
Yes,
it'll be Malik Monk that you guys are talking about.
Double M.
I wouldn't have expected Malik Monk to fall down to 11, but that if they do take him, I mean that's a good get at 11.
Yes, indeed.
He's the best backcourt shooter you believe in this draft.
I think he's the best shooter. Period. The closest thing to him in shooting would have been Lauri Markkanen, the 7-footer from Arizona. But I think Monk is the best shooter in the draft.
So what about the drawbacks for Malik Monk? In terms of he's not a big shooting guard, although he played point guard in high school, and he's not overly long or anything like that, and he doesn't really play defensively or on the glass to his athleticism, and that's a little concerning because he's a big time athlete. Let's see what the Hornets do. The Hornets, who didn't make the playoffs last year, finished 10 games under 500. See what kind of help they can get for Kemba. Of course, they made the deal for Dwight Howard. Here's the commissioner.
With the 11th pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Malik Monk from the University of Kentucky.
Good
the
pick,
second
man.
Wildcat to go in the lottery tonight. Malik Monk was the SEC Freshman of the Year and won the Jerry West Shooting Guard of the Year award as well. Averaged nearly 20 points per game. Kentucky history, only Jamal Murray has scored more than that as a freshman. He averaged just a tick more at 20 points per game. This is a guy who likes to spend his time going mudding and hunting and fishing. Kid from Arkansas who left his home state to go play for the Wildcats and had a terrific year. Comes from an athletic family. His brother Marcus was a wide receiver on Arkansas's football team and also played basketball at Arkansas. Being drafted by the Bears, Marcus also played some pro ball overseas, and he sort of guided Malik along this path, and now it culminates with him being the 11th pick in the draft to Charlotte.
By far the best squirrel hunter in the draft. I blew some of my good stuff trying to stall for you, but Malik Monk is a big-time shooter. The best shooter in the draft. He takes big ones. 4 times this season he scored over 30 points. He had 48 against North Carolina. An excellent pull-up jump shooter. A big-time athlete. He's comfortable shooting off the bounce, catch and shoot. In late game situations, he is unafraid to take a contested shot and knock it down. I remember those 2 big threes he hit against Louisville really late in the game when he had been, I think, 0 for 8 from 3 during the course of the game, just coming off that 48-point performance off of North Carolina. But he was 5th in BCS conferences, among players in BCS conferences, in making contested jump shots. So he can make them with a hand in his face. He's super athletic, I think he can be a really good defender on the ball, but he doesn't get a lot of steals or deflections, and he doesn't rebound to the level of his ridiculous athleticism.
Yo, Michael Kidd-Gilchrist is kind of like,
really good player.
yeah, a
That
little
can
bit
play
of a
point.
disappointment.
Get buckets and flurries. And my good friend Bill Simmons and I talk about this all of the time. Heat check player, like Lou Williams, for example, who's now playing for the Houston Rockets. That can get it off the bounce, can do it from three. I agree with you, Jay. Won't necessarily get you the boards or the assists or be the guy that's your lead guard, but man, he gets buckets and bunches. That's what's going to take place in Charlotte. That's a great find by Michael Jordan and that basketball team.
Can he and Kemba Walker play together? That would be sort of a small backcourt right now.
Absolutely, but putting up points in bunches, and you wouldn't have thought that he'd fall to them at this position, but he did. You got to take the best player available.
And the native of Arkansas, the guy who used to wear that Kentucky jersey, is now down with Allison.
Malik, I have to ask you, what's your reaction to going 11th in this draft?
I mean, shorter than I thought, but I mean, you never know. You never know in this situation, so I was just thankful, praying for the best situation, and hopefully this is it.
We know you can score. You had 4 30-point games, most by a Kentucky freshman. How do you think that'll translate in the NBA?
Versatile. I think I can score on all 3 levels, and I can shoot the ball pretty good. So I think that'll show immediately.
Charlotte has a rather famous owner. Have you gotten a chance to meet Michael Jordan?
Oh, yeah. Early in the week, I did a Skype call with him. They wanted to meet me and see how things was going, and I think it went well, and they picked me. So thankful to be in this situation.
And I'm sure you'll be out there looking for some good hunting and mudding locations very soon around the Charlotte area. Malik, thank you, guys.
Don't worry, Allison. Billis lives in Charlotte. He'll show him all of the good hunting and mudding locations.
Hey, he can come in my backyard. We got a bunch of squirrels I'd like to get rid of.
And I like what they done. They just traded for Dwight Howard as well. You talked about him and Kemba playing together. I think the Charlotte Hornets have really improved their basketball team.
So right now, after Charlotte makes that pick of Malik Monk, the Detroit Pistons are now on the clock, and the Pistons had 8 wins than last year. What was that again?
Detroit basketball.
But now the question is, what is Detroit basketball going to do? We know they're moving downtown into a new arena next year. Andre Drummond, nearly 14 rebounds per game. That's second in the NBA, tied there with DeAndre Jordan behind Hassan Whiteside. But they've missed the playoffs 7 times in the last 8 seasons. One would think perhaps they need a shooting guard, need somebody to be able to score, as we're under 2 minutes left on the clock right now for the Pistons to make this pick, the 12th in the draft. Detroit, last playoff win coming in 2008. Have somebody to get buckets for Detroit basketball. Commissioner Silver with the pick.
There you go, Tate.
With the 12th pick, with the 12th pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Detroit Pistons select Luke Kennard from Duke University.
Luke Kennard, a gifted scorer, played a couple of years at Duke, averaged a little over 19 points per game. This guy is a crafty player. He's ambidextrous. He was a quarterback in high school and threw the ball right-handed, naturally right-handed, but Dad made him dribble home a few blocks when he was a little kid with the left hand all the time. He turned into a left-handed shooter. Very skilled guy. And well, he knows every word from the movie Frozen. You can't go wrong with that, I guess.
I did not know that.
Always here to try.
A little disappointed in that, frankly. No, he's an excellent shooter.
Don't hate on Elsa.
He's got the best footwork in the draft. When he puts the ball in the deck, he's got deep range, and you mentioned he's a natural righty that shoots lefty, but he doesn't have a dominant foot. So when he gets in the lane, he can pivot, keep defenders off balance. His footwork is absolutely impeccable, and he can shoot over the top of people, get around them, and with that range, that allows him to set up a defender. And he's not got blazing speed, but he gets by people, and he's a competitor. He sticks his nose in there, and he rebounds at a really good rate for a guard. He is an underrated passer. The only issue maybe he doesn't project to be a great defender at the next level.
By the way, guys, 265 likes before we freaking
he's going to be able to hang. and
hit
he moves really well without the ball.
2,000 likes.
Player
I need to
that
go
can
get a
really
drink or
score in a
something,
variety
bro.
of ways.
I'll be right back.
He had 19 20-point games last season. You
guys
see Luke
enjoy, though.
Kennard coming up to shake hands with Adam Silver. You know, he's not, I understand he's not an explosive guy. I think he is a really good athlete. He's got exceptional hand-eye.
He's an athlete in the old school way. Like athlete now means run and jump. It used to be able to be you were skilled and you could play a lot of different sports, do a lot of different things. That's him.
That's what he can do.
Will it be enough to lead him to replace Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, who's a restricted free agent?
Oh, not at all. I just think they're different type of
keep him,
players.
Jalen?
Absolutely. Detroit needs more guys that can create off the dribble, that are selfish on the offensive end. But one of the more unique things I saw about him is a 6'6" player with a 6'5" wingspan. I didn't know that existed for an NBA basketball player, but I do think as a 44% three-point shooter, he's going to find a way to get buckets for my Detroit Pistons.
The former Blue Devil is with Allison Williams.
All right, Luke, you're coming off a sophomore year at Duke where you really had a breakout season. What made this the right time for you to enter the NBA?
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough choice to leave Duke. I mean, Duke was such a special place. And, you know, I trusted the people I surrounded myself with my coaches and parents and people involved in my life. And they told me it was a good opportunity, and I was looking forward to it. And since I had a pretty good year, you know, I thought it was a good time to go.
What do you think you did since the season ended, working out for teams that really impressed scouts?
You know, just showing more other than I'm just a shooter. I mean, some people think that I can be just a shooter, but, you know, just showing my playmaking ability, my creativeness, and my competitiveness. You know, I'm a competitor as a player, and you know, I'm just looking forward to this.
Ohio kid going back to the Midwest to play pro ball. How about that?
It's awesome. Close to home. I love it.
All right, Luke, thank you so much. Artie?
All right, Allison, Luke Kennard, the 12th pick in the draft, headed to Detroit. Jay Williams. So what are the Pistons getting in Luke Kennard in your judgment?
Hey, they're getting the best shooter in the draft, RD. And here's one of the beautiful things about Luke Kennard. We're going to watch some tape here on him, how he breaks things down. He's at the bottom of the screen. There's still room for improvement in Luke Kennard's game. And little things as far as seeing the plays at the bottom of the screen, and you're going to see him catch the ball there. Now, this is a simple scenario that Luke Kennard is going to see as he has taller guys that are a lot longer closing out on him. This is a crack situation. What a crack situation means, instead of trying to be elusive with the basketball, Luke Kennard should jump directly into him because the defender is obviously off his feet on an angle. I mean, that's a quick three-point play, but once again, his ability to put the ball down on the ground and make a play. Another situation, boom, right? You hear Mark Jackson talk about all the time. Hand down, man down. Next step for Luke Kennard, next level, taller guy, taller wingspan. No need to put the ball down the ground. That's a quick jump shot, but still showing you his versatility, showing that skill set, putting the ball down the ground, creating space. And then the last play, another catch and shoot scenario, a little ball fake right there. In the NBA, that is a quick jump shot. He does not need to waste time, but you like the fact that Luke Kennard can put somebody on his hip. Even a bigger guy is right here on the side. He stays focused, goes straight up and straight down over a bigger player, finds ways to finish in the lane. Luke Kennard's skill set is not just shooting, but his ability to put the ball down the ground, make plays with the dribble, is something that makes him an exceptional player. But as his game becomes more efficient, look out the NBA, because he's one of the quickest shooters there is in the game of basketball right now.
All right, Jay Will making the next pick, the Denver Nuggets. Nuggets already have 4 guards on their roster who are first-round picks. Go backcourt or front court?
With the 13th pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Denver Nuggets select Donovan Mitchell from the University of Louisville.
So the Nuggets add Donovan Mitchell to that already crowded backcourt. Now, we saw him at the draft combine show off his athleticism. He led all the combine participants with a standing vertical 36.5 inches. Three-quarter court sprint in just over 3 seconds. Now, I mentioned that crowded backcourt in Denver. Jeff Goodman, now Donovan Mitchell's going to put on a Nuggets cap. Is he going to keep it for the long haul?
He is not, Reese. He's going to Utah for the 24th pick and Trey Lyles. So Donovan Mitchell already aware he is headed to Utah, not Denver, for the 24th pick and young forward Trey Lyles.
So there you go. I guess that explains why. And Denver will help itself by getting another front court player, perhaps, because they already have issues in terms of finding playing time for all of the guards they have there. But Donovan Mitchell, meanwhile, Guy who had a terrific season for Rick Pitino at Louisville, averaging over 15.5 points per game, nearly 3 assists, about 5 rebounds. All ACC defensive selection as well, Jake.
Quinn Snyder is going to get an athletic combo guard that is great in transition. He's really another good finisher that can absolutely fly, especially off of 2 feet. He's not so much of a 1-footed jumper, more of a 2-footed jumper. But that 6'10" wingspan, he can really have great impact on the game defensively. Gets downhill, decent passer. But I think his potential right now, his early success is going to be as a defender. He's one of the better perimeter defenders in the draft, and he never shies away from a challenge. He really dominated Dennis Smith, and he held Malik Monk to 6 of 17 from the field, even though Monk hit those really big ones late. Also, an excellent baseball pitcher. Had an 85-mile-an-hour fastball in high school, and his dad works in the Mets organization.
So 85-mile-an-hour fastball means he's no Pat Connaughton in terms of the fastball. But he'll be able to try to shoot the long ball some once he gets to Utah. Donovan Mitchell with Allison Williams.
And Reese, he just said to me, I didn't know I was going to Utah. So you are going to the Jazz. What's your reaction to that?
Oh, man, I'm excited. Love that organization. They're my first workout. Love everything about them. I'm excited. I'm sorry. I'm lost for words, man.
That's all right. It is a proposed trade, and I want to ask you a little bit the emotions right now, because I saw you at the table with your hands clasped and your head down. What was going through your mind as Adam Silver got ready to make that announcement?
I told my agent when the process started not to tell me who I was getting picked to, and I saw him talk to my mom and my other agent, and then I just kind of realized at that point that this is it. And man, I'm just so happy. All the hard work. I'm shaking right now. I'm shaking, man. This is just incredible.
Big night. Thank you, Donovan. Congratulations.
Also, shout out Greenwich Country Day School, Brewster Academy, and Louisville University, University of Louisville, man. Thank you.
Seville represented on your socks, right? We'll get a shot of those before you go.
Yes, sir.
Reese.
All right, Allison, here is Donovan Mitchell's reaction and hearing his name called by the Denver Nuggets, or by Adam Silver for the Denver Nuggets. But as Jeff Goodman told you moments before that pick was announced,
damn, Utah traded up for
part of a trade. There's still a proposed trade, as I mentioned earlier.
God damn!
Every trade that is
I didn't know that.
Has to have all the picks done, then it goes to a trade call for the league before it becomes finalized. But this is what is expected to happen. The Nuggets will get Trey Lyles, 2017 first-round pick, 24th overall. The Jazz, meanwhile, will get the draft rights to Donovan Mitchell. So we're headed toward the last pick of the lottery, the Miami Heat, sitting on the clock with the 14th overall pick. Any surprises up to this point? Anything that surprised you about what's happened? Maybe more activity in the trade than we've seen in the last couple of years?
I'm truly surprised that the Minnesota Timberwolves were able to acquire Jimmy Butler.
That's a big surprise.
That Michael Wilbon, the Chicago native, is still sitting here. Your team got fleeced, Michael Wilbon.
Well, let me tell you something. The reaction, you see me on this phone.
Fleeced.
The reaction in Chicago is, we got fleeced.
They did.
But Jalen, let me ask you something. So, and I'm a Jimmy Butler fan, and I hated the notion, start the night, that Jimmy Butler was going to be traded. Why do you trade one of the top 10, 12 players, 15
Oh, shut up.
league?
To Tibbs.
To Tibbs. It's going to make them better. Then I'm trying to look at this reasonably. Zach LaVine, we don't know what the knee situation is in terms of his rehabilitation, coming off a serious knee injury.
This was a good trade, dude. That was a good trade for the Bulls.
See why they would have wanted him. The Bulls wanted done a year ago, and now you add marketing. If you're looking at those 3 players, are you getting something reasonable to rebuild with and playing and practicing every day with Rondo and Dwayne Wade? I'm trying to be a little bit better about this than my first reaction. And I'm also told this is probably the best offer the Bulls got for Jimmy Butler. And all these offers, the question is was it good enough? Is it good enough?
I don't think it's good enough. It really helps the Minnesota Timberwolves, however. You mentioned a top-tier player in the league. Now it solidifies their start lineup, really catapults them as a young team that's on the rise in the league.
Okay, Minnesota wins that, but were the Bulls in a situation where they needed to just go for a full rebuild anyway, and the only way to get it started was to move Jimmy Butler?
Not necessarily, because he's still under contract. That's the whole thing. There's not necessarily a rush to make a move. There are multiple players that are out there that are all-star caliber being talked about in trades, including Jimmy Butler. I am just shocked that they didn't get an all-star caliber player immediately in return. But I love Levine. I think Markin is going to be a player. I really like Dunn, but Jimmy Butler's right now.
Well, you like those three guys. You love Jimmy Butler. And a year ago, the Bulls, again, talked about not rebuilding. They didn't want to be Philly. And that was a direct analogy. We don't want to be in a situation where all we're doing is drafting people and redshirting people and accumulating draft picks. They were not about that process, Reese. The different process. They tried it, it didn't work, they lost in the first round, and now this deal would suggest they really are into a full rebuild.
Okay, so the Heat now on the clock, looking at the 14th overall pick. Miami, their first half of the season was nothing short of disastrous. They were 11-30 in their first 41 games. But then in the second half of the season, they completely flipped the script. They won 30 of the last 41 games. Just missed the playoffs and had the best Eastern Conference record during that span. So now what kind of help does Miami need if they're going to take that next step and become an even bigger force in the East? Here's Adam Silver.
With the 14th pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Miami Heat select Bam Adebayo from the University of Kentucky.
A third Wildcat comes off the board in the lottery portion of the draft. Bam Adebayo, a 7'3" wingspan. His given name is Ed Reese. He became Bam as a young tyke when he was watching the Flintstones and decided it would be a good idea to flip over a coffee table.
I've been there. I thought it was smart for me to put my fingertip in a socket that didn't have a light bulb in it.
That where that red suit came from?
Yes, indeed.
Bam Adebayo grew up in a single-wide trailer in the state of North Carolina. His mom, Marilyn, walked to her job, made sure that Bam had what he needed. They fought, and now he's going to have an opportunity to give back. He is a high-energy player, an explosive dunker. He had more dunks in the season in Kentucky than Anthony Davis did.
Well, and he dunks on the way up. I mean, his dunks were powerful. And don't think I didn't notice that you gave away his 7'3" wingspan. Stay in your lane, Reese Davis.
Stay in your lane!
Take a shot of water.
He's powerful, he's physical, he's tough. He's got really good hands. He's got excellent feet. So when he sets a screen, the guy he's screening stays screened, and then he rolls to the basket. You can throw it up to him, and he powerfully dunks that thing through. He dunks everything. Everything he does is basically around the basket in college.
Good pick.
More of a limited
Good
jump
pick.
shooter. His shot is behind his head a little bit, but was reported to have shot the ball very well in a couple of workouts. A very good defender that can block shots and an excellent rebounder. Bam Adebayo is a good player and kind of a, what we say, a Dwight Howard type body. He's a stud.
And he's going to a team that's going to develop him. Pat Riley with the pick, Eric Spoelstra with the development. You put him alongside Whiteside. You saw how he's grown as a player. I really like this for the Miami Heat in the Eastern Conference, where usually the four-man in particular is undersized.
Calipari's been busy celebrating. Bam Adebayo, who's been going up many draft boards, goes all the way to 14. He's with Allison Williams.
Thank you, guys. Bam, we just had a look at Coach Cal there. What did he say to encourage you to enter the NBA draft?
Never doubt myself. You know, he always told me, stay positive and everything gonna work out.
Your draft stocks seem to take a bit of a late surge. What do you think you did to really increase your value to teams?
I improved my shooting. You know, everybody thought I couldn't shoot, and then I got in these workouts, and, you know, they were shocked.
How do you feel about taking your talents to South Beach?
You know, I'm just blessed I could be here.
You're one of 3 Kentucky Wildcats to get drafted tonight in the first round. How special is this to share this night with those guys?
You know, we're like brothers, so, you know, this is like our graduation again. So just being here, you know, Cal being like one of our dads, just this experience is just wonderful.
Bam, thank you so much for the time. Congratulations. Reese?
All right, Allison, it was only one season that these 3 guys spent in their old Kentucky home, made their mark on the Wildcats, and they're making their mark on the NBA draft tonight. De'Aaron Fox,
Malik Monk, and Bam Adebayo all going. The lottery portion of the draft is complete. Playoff teams making their selections. You come back to Brooklyn.
All right, guys. I'm going to take some time, you know, like how I do it during these commercials. I hope you don't mind me doing this because it's commercials, you know. This is where I go on a little bit of a clout chasing bend. As soon as the commercials end, though, you know how I do, man. I'm going to bring it back, and it's going to be a good time. If you follow me on Snapchat and Instagram, you're going to see your name. I'm going to bring back the draft as soon as it's back, by the way. But here's my Instagram if you want to follow. We're currently 215 likes away from hitting 2,000 likes, man. So if you haven't liked, go for it. We're also 232 subscribers away, Morty, from hitting 112,000 subscribers. Bro, be sure to subscribe. I upload NBA videos on a daily basis. I know you're going to love it. And of course, if you check me out on Snapchat right now, you're also going to get some love. So we're going to start with Snapchat. Shout out to all of you guys, the latest people to follow me on Snapchat. Now on to Instagram, man. Shout out to all of you guys showing me love on the gram. Shout out to all the people that are dealing with this and are patient about it, man. I appreciate y'all. And here you go, man. Let's just do it. As soon as commercials are over, I'm going to bring it back. Commercials, not over yet. Still just rivalry week stuff. All right? So, appreciate you guys, man. Appreciate each and every one of y'all showing me love, showing me support. You guys are amazing. Honestly, I wouldn't be able to do this if it wasn't for you guys. Still just MLS stuff. Still just Transformer stuff. Draft's back, guys.
It's always great to pick in the lottery, but it's also good if you can find a gem outside of it, like an Eric Bledsoe or an Avery Bradley, who's the 19th overall pick by the Celtics. Kawhi Leonard, 15th by the Pacers.
Cut off his cornrows.
Jimmy Butler barely made it in the first round, and he's the biggest news of the night in this draft. The Greek Freak, 15th overall, which is where we sit in the draft right now, with Portland officially on the clock right now. Rudy Gobert went 27th overall to the Nuggets. Now, officially, as I mentioned on the clock, the Portland Trailblazers, but earlier tonight, one of the deals that is a proposed trade for the moment, not yet finalized, the Kings getting first-round picks 15 and 20, which is this one. In exchange, Zach Collins, who went 10th, is on his way to Portland. So, Portland making this pick, but it will be on its way to Sacramento. Here's Adam Silver.
With the 15th pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Portland Trailblazers select Justin Jackson from the University of North Carolina.
Justin Jackson of the national champion Tar Heels, a first-team All-American last year, averaged a little better than 18 points, 5 rebounds. He was the ACC Player of the Year for Roy Williams and the national champions. Wore number 44 at Carolina in honor of George Gervin. Body type very similar to the Iceman as well. He's got some crafty moves around the basket. If you look at Justin Jackson, once the Kings get him, what kind of NBA player will he be?
Well, they're getting a long-arm shooter that has the best floater in this draft. His floater is really an amazing shot that he goes to quite a bit, and he can shoot it over length, and he makes it at a really high rate. You know, Justin Jackson is from Tomball, Texas, where Jimmy Butler happens to be from. He was homeschooled growing up. He came into college with the reputation as an outstanding shooter, but his first couple of years, he just wasn't making shots and really worked on his shooting, got into the gym, and then last year shot a much better percentage, up in the high 30s. Moves really well without the ball. Comes off screens, he can catch and shoot, but that floater is outstanding. He's still a little bit streaky, but when he goes straight up and down, as Fran Fraschilla pointed out, the combine shoots a much better percentage. Good in transition, a solid defender with his length. He's a good, solid basketball player.
Justin Jackson has a national championship. Now the 15th player picked in the draft. He's with Allison Williams.
Thank you, Reese. Justin, you thought about entering the draft last year, but decided you needed to get better and went back for one more year at North Carolina. How much does tonight solidify that you made the right decision?
I think it's the perfect story. I know I wasn't ready last year, and I went back and put in a ton of work. And thankfully, my teammates and everybody helped us get to the national championship and helped a little bit. I can't thank everybody enough, and I'm just happy to be here.
You won that national championship ring, and then you put a ring on it, proposing to your girlfriend. Tonight, you get drafted. What have the last 3 months been like for you?
It's been crazy. A lot of planning, a lot of just trying to get everything ready. But I can't, words can't really describe this feeling, and it is for sure a dream come true.
Justin, congratulations and best of luck. Reese.
All right, Allison, delightful young man to be around. Sacramento's getting a class act in Justin Jackson, the guy who spent 3 years in North Carolina. All right, Bulls on the clock right now. The Bulls are going to wind up with Lowry Markkanen once all the trades are finished up. So Tom Penn, our front office expert, years of experience in NBA front offices. What about the Bulls right now? 0 on the clock at 16.
Well, this is for Michael Wilbon. Pay attention, Michael. I'm going to try to explain why this happened, okay? You had Jimmy Butler as the heart of your team. He's now gone. All right, but look, it's never easy when you start over. You got to trade your best asset. So they trade Levine. Forget about how he fits with Rondo and all that. The next move is Rondo gets bought out. He can get rid of $10 million of his money, and he's gone. You get a young replacement. Now, what do you do with Markkanen? You bring him in. Look, I'm even going to say that Dwayne Wade now likely is a buyout candidate. They're going to give him most of this money, let him go somewhere else because they're starting over, and they bring in Markkanen, not in the position, but at least into the roster. So get in there, Laurie. Come on, you can do it. Come on into the – he doesn't even want to come. Now what are we at? They have cap room, $29 million in space. I'll take Lopez out of there and put in the cap room. This is the new look of the Bulls. They're going to have to give some of this to Mirotic to keep, but at least it declares a direction, a new direction where they're younger, they're different, they're going to have some cap space, and it's no longer about that old group trying to do it. That didn't work. It's now a new story in Chicago, like it or not.
Buyout, that's not what they major in, is buyouts. Those are some big numbers, though. I know what Tom's saying, but $10 million and $24 million? Buyouts?
Not going to be able to do it.
I don't know about that.
24 million reasons Dwayne Wade wanted to pick up that year on that contract, right? Hey, Jeff Goodman is back with us now. Jeff, you've been communicating with Jimmy Butler on this night when he's a big part of this draft news night.
Yeah, this pick goes with Jimmy Butler to Minnesota. I was texting with Jimmy Butler, who is in Paris right now. Found out the news from his agent, new agent Bernie Lee, at about 2 in the morning local time. I asked him if he had a comment. He said no comment. He's not ready to speak on it. Still trying to process this trade that took him from Chicago back with his former coach, Tom Thibodeau, in Minnesota.
All right, Jeff, so the Bulls are on the clock, but as Jeff mentioned, this pick was going to be going with Butler to Minnesota. And, nobody knew for sure if it was posturing or whatever. Butler had made a statement earlier that he sort of preferred to stay in Chicago, so now he hasn't really made a comment on the trade yet.
Jimmy Butler is an immensely popular figure in Chicago, not just athlete, person about town. I mean, he's been there. He came as the 30th pick in the draft. He endeared himself to everybody by saying, I just want to be part of something that can go out and try to deal with LeBron James in Cleveland. They did their best. Tom's right about that. That old guard couldn't get it done. Injuries set them back and ultimately sort of destroyed that team, starting with Derrick Rose. But Jimmy Butler loves the place, and it loves him. And, for people who have been around Chicago, when you have that kind of relationship, even if your team is not going all that well, you don't really want to leave. Jimmy Butler did not want to leave to even go to Cleveland, where he clearly would have been part of something next year where they could have won a championship. So I can see why he would be a little unsettled by this deal. I think in time, though, he's going to join a team, at least I think we all sitting here think, that the Timberwolves become a team that can really make some movement up the standings right away next year.
I'll give you a time. The next 5 minutes. This is the best thing that could have happened for Jimmy Butler at this point of his career.
All right, the pick is in right now. Adam Silver's going to step to the microphone. He will announce it as the Bulls pick. This is part of the proposed Jimmy Butler trade. So the Bulls making the pick, one that would go to Minnesota.
With the 16th pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Chicago Bulls select Justin Patton from Creighton University.
So the Bulls make the pick of Patton, but he'll be on his way to Minnesota along with Jimmy Butler. So Patton shot 68% from the floor last year. He was Big East Freshman of the Year at Creighton. So Jay, what exactly are the Timberwolves getting here in Justin Patton?
They're getting a young player that redshirted as a freshman. He was 6'2" as a sophomore in high school, and now he's a 7-footer with long arms, 7'3" wingspan, a little bit raw, but he's a 75% finisher around the basket. Another guy with very good footwork, excellent form on his shot, and a really good finisher off pick and roll. 86% as the roll man in pick and roll. And he's got excellent potential as a shot blocker. He can really run. He may be a little bit raw in certain areas, but he's got a very good skill level, and he's got the ability going forward to be an excellent player because he can play on both ends of the floor. And his ability to change ends is really, really impressive.
We've mentioned a couple of times the need for the Timberwolves to try to improve defensively. They need guys who play on both ends of the floor. Justin Patton, selected by the Bulls, will be part of the trade going to the Timberwolves. The Bucks, also with good young talent. They're on the clock, number 17. Here's Phyllis' best available, whose name will be called next.
Critics declare the first female 007 is here.
Agent Gascoigne was killed last night. Did you know him?
Enough to say hello.
Everyone you get close to ends up dead.
This only ends one way.
Atomic Blonde, rated R.
There's nothing more important to me than my vacation. So when I need to book a hotel room, I want someone that makes it easy to find what I want. Hello. Booking.com gets it. And with their price match, I know I'm getting the best price every time.
Hey guys, we're 180 away over here. You can see we're like 180 away from hitting 112,000 subscribers. So if you haven't subscribed, man, be sure to hit that subscribe button. I know you're gonna love this channel, man. I'm gonna go take a dump. I'll be right back.
The minute my guys get, and you know, we're waiting on Isaiah Briscoe now. I want to see where he goes, but
when those guys in that green room are dumb, I'm out. I am out. I don't care who else gets picked. I really don't. Just my guys.
Cal, did anything surprise you tonight in terms of where your guys got selected? You have so much intel coming into this night, talking to all these people. What did you think?
I wanted Malik in New York because I thought he would light it up. It would be back on. But they must have liked the French kid. I'd not seen him enough, and I hear he's really good. But I knew he wasn't going to fall by. Michael wasn't good. He plays like Mike. He jumps, you know, I mean, he wasn't going to let him go by him. So, and Bam, you know, I'm happy for him. And Miami, what a great place.
Absolutely. Can Malik play point guard in the NBA?
Well, yes, but there are no point guards in the NBA anymore. So here's what I would tell you. Devin Booker was never in a ball screen for me. He's pretty good in a ball screen. And when I went to watch him, he went ball screen pass. He looked at me like, you see this, right? And Derrick Rose was never in a ball screen for me. I didn't want to bring two defenders to him. So, yes, he can go in ball screens. He can make passes. But I'm telling you, special athletically, and he scores with ease. It doesn't force them. He just...
With his athleticism, that was one of the things that I felt about him. He didn't seem to get as many deflections or defensive rebounds or blocks as his athleticism suggested. Can he pick that up at the next level?
Yeah, because, again, how special does he want to be? I was on him about rebound. You should be the best rebounding guard in the league. You're physical enough. The other thing, playing through bumps, which he got better and better as the season went on. With his athleticism, he can guard. He can. But see, for a lot of these guys, Jay, you know, everything has come easy until they went to college. What I would call for some of these kids a nice gap year. They're talking about one and done. It's not broken. It isn't broken. My kids finished the term. They're on lifetime scholarships. Can I recruit a little bit? They're on lifetime scholarships.
Nobody's going to stop you. I mean, even if I try, nobody's going to stop, right?
So they need that year, and a kid like Malik needed that year.
Right. Hey, Coach, when a lot of major collegiate coaches felt like it was taboo to embrace the one-and-done culture, you see a night like tonight where 10 freshmen go in the top 10, which has never happened in an NBA draft. Do you feel like it's your job to develop young people to be really good collegiate players, to win you games, or more importantly, to get them ready for the next level?
Well, I'm about these kids. If I'm about them, Jalen, and I love them, they'll love each other. If I'm about them, they want to win. And they don't have to worry about themselves. They can worry about each other and winning. That's been what we do. And that's how we do it. And I say this, look, these kids have a genius. Just like a pianist, just like someone with the cello, you look and they say they're a prodigy. These kids are prodigies. And again, I think they come with us. Here's my comment. You ready? I'm on them. They look at me and say, what are you going to do, transfer? Can't transfer. So listen to what I'm saying. Somebody will say, well, he coaches them hard. He gets them to share. Pat Riley gave me the greatest compliment. He says, your kids come in this league and they're all good teammates. Because they all had to share. They all had to give up something.
No. John, I really like
the way.
No, you are.
Stuff to do
you
here.
actually are done. But I tell you, I like the way you've refined that answer over the years of doing both about the kids, that way you went to. That way it doesn't upset me with you, and we don't argue about it. Hey, congratulations on a great night.
Guys.
John Calipari, 3 more in the lottery. Isaiah Briscoe still waiting to see if he has his name called tonight. Milwaukee Bucks are about to make the pick. It will be 17th overall. Let's go to the podium now and the commissioner, Adam Silver.
With the 17th pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Milwaukee Bucks select DJ Wilson from the University of Michigan.
Bucks fans celebrating. DJ Wilson is not in Brooklyn tonight. Forward who played for John Beilein at Michigan. First round pick. He's a 6'1" Wolverine first rounder in the last 5 seasons.
Milwaukee is getting some ridiculous length to add to their ridiculous length. DJ Wilson is 6'10", but he's got a wingspan of 7'3". Good athlete. Another guy who's an excellent finisher around the basket, 73%. Another guy with really good footwork. He can play pick and pop. He can drive it. a very good shot blocker, shot changer. He's not a physical player, but I think he'll be at his most effective, and he was certainly effective in college, as a pick and pop big guy. But his shot blocking, I think, will really, really improve as he gets stronger. With his footwork, he's got a chance to be an outstanding player. He's really good.
I called Big Ten games this past season. He did have a tendency at times to disappear, but he played his best ball late in the season in the Big Ten tournament and also in the NCAA tournament.
I agree with you. A versatile performer, and Milwaukee continues to embrace what I call positionless basketball.
So DJ Wilson is on his way to Milwaukee. 18th selection overall coming from the Pacers. They are on the clock. So who's the best three-point shooter still out there? The SMU player, Duke transfer, Simi Ojeleye. OG Anunoby coming off a knee injury. And Frank Mason, maybe the best scorer, the Wooden Award winner. And yet to hear his name called in the draft tonight.
They trapping over there, I'm standing over here. We adjacent to the hood, so we in the clear. I wasn't in the gunfight, I was down the street, 2 blocks over, tucked safely in my sheets. I don't gangbang, I rap and tell jokes. And when I leave the hood, I go and hang with white folks. I know all the gang signs, but I don't use them. Low-key, they complicated and really confusing. Homies think I'm soft, cause I'm nice at golf. Killing with the sand where it's 56 degrees loft. And even though I'm not known for spitting the coldest raps, I'm the realest homie coming out the coldest side. Hood adjacent, hood adjacent, hood adjacent, hood adjacent.
Hood Adjacent with James Davis. New series premieres Wednesday at 9 on Comedy Central.
Right now, all your refreshing soft drink faves are just $1. Whether diving in or chilling poolside, stay cool while you check things off your summer bucket list. Like summer, any size soft drinks for $1 won't stick around long. Only at McDonald's.
I ain't trading my youth for no suit and jacket.
College World Series presented by Capital One continues through June 28th on the networks of ESPN.
Disney Pixar's Cars 3 is the nation's #1 movie.
Welcome back.
Critics everywhere agree it's nothing short of groundbreaking. Wow, what a film. An incredible Pixar experience. Cars 3 in 3D and IMAX now, rated G.
You're watching NBA Draft 2017, presented by State Farm, Barclays Center in Brooklyn. As we continue on, the Indiana Pacers are on the clock right now. They're the 18th overall selection. This is the timeline for the Pacers. Paul George put up big numbers, but he has let it be known that he will not be staying in Indiana past next year. There was a question as to whether perhaps George would be traded by the end of this evening. They were swept by Cleveland in the first round of the playoffs, their second straight first-round exit.
Legend.
Larry Bird resigned as president of basketball operations. Shootings for show-offs. Legend of the young Larry Bird is now other people besides Larry will be in charge in Indiana. Here comes the pick from Commissioner Silver.
With the 18th pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Indiana Pacers select TJ Leaf from UCLA.
Second Bruin to go tonight, TJ Leaf, who played so well with Lonzo Ball in their lone season in Westwood. First team all Pac-12 player. Comes from a basketball family, as so many of these guys do. His dad played in Israel for 18 years, still in the top 10 all-time in Evansville scoring list, and TJ was exceptional in his season with the Bruins. Had a great assist-to-turnover ratio. He can do a lot of things, overshadowed to some degree by Ball, but he's a terrific player in his own right.
And he's a versatile player that puts numbers up in a variety of ways. He can really stretch the floor because he can shoot it from deep. He's an excellent corner three-point shooter. He can play pick-and-pop basketball because he's got really good range, and he's terrific in transition. He's not only a good finisher in transition, over 60%, but he knocks down trail threes. Really effective shooter and rebounder, and he's got a really high release. Really, I think an excellent shooter, able to get looks on his own. I was really impressed with him. When I watched him play in high school, a lot of people questioned his toughness, but that was wrong. He is tough, and I think he proved that early on the road at Kentucky when he took it right at the Wildcats, was dunking on people, and that continued throughout the course of the season. TJ Leaf has got a ton of ability. Now, Lonzo Ball helped him out a lot by finding him, but when he was found, he delivered just about every time. His percentages were great.
And also, Jay, he's more than a stretch four, as you see in those highlights, doing it in the post, doing it off the dribble, finishing over the top. Going to be a great pickup for Naptown.
There's a proud dad right there, Brad Leaf, looking on, enjoying this evening as his son is on his way to the Pacers. Oh, yeah, like father, like son. Playing in Israel for nearly 2 decades and now seeing his son embark on his NBA career tonight. TJ Leaf with Allison Williams.
Thank you very much, Reese. We just saw, TJ, some pictures of your dad who played professionally. What types of things did he tell you about what it takes to be a successful professional?
I mean, a lot. I mean, number one, just being a professional about it. I mean, this is a professional league, and you got to act like a professional off the court and on. And then just playing basketball the right way. I mean, making the extra pass and just really playing basketball the way it's supposed to be played. What did he say to you after your name was announced? Just congratulations. I mean, all your hard work's paying off. We couldn't be more happy for you. I mean, it's really exciting.
We saw your teammate Lonzo Ball taken 2nd overall. You know him maybe better than anybody else in this room outside of his family. What would you tell the Lakers about the type of teammate he is?
I mean, he's a wonderful teammate, one of the best teammates I've ever had, and he's a competitor. He loves to win, and he wants to win. He's going to do great things there in L.A.
All right, thank you so much, and congratulations. Reese?
All right, Allison, among Pac-12 freshmen last year, only Markelle Fultz scored more points per game than TJ Leaf did, averaging better than 16 per game. Time to check out tonight's right combination. Now TJ Leaf fits in with the Pacers. It's brought to you by State Farm. Tom Penn, what about that combo now for the Pacers?
Well, with the Pacers, the headline's not going to be TJ Leaf drafted. The headline's going to be Paul George is still here, because we know everything revolves around him leaving and him pursuing a new deal with the Los Angeles Lakers. Will they eventually trade him so he can get $177 million when he re-signs, or will he go there as a free agent next year for $132? The key for them going forward is not Paul George, it's Turner. They hit the jackpot with Turner in the draft. Miles Turner, one of the best young big men in the league, the best young big man in the league. Actually, he's here. He's right behind me doing media, showing how multi-dimensional is. So what do they do with Leaf? Let's bring him in as a complementary piece to build around Turner going forward. Then they still have time to figure out what to do with Paul George. Do they ride him out all year, or does Kevin Pritchard, Larry Bird, the brain trust in Indiana, get something out of him before the end of the trade deadline?
All right, Tom, so TJ Leaf is the 13th freshman taken. That ties a record for the first round, perhaps more to come. Atlanta is on the clock right now with the 19th overall pick. The Hawks, of course, last offseason signed Dwight Howard to a free agent contract. In the last few days, traded him to Charlotte. So now the Hawks, what will they do with pick number 19?
With the 19th pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Atlanta Hawks select John Collins from Wake Forest University.
John Collins was terrific for Danny Manning in Wake Forest this past season. Got 19 points per game. First ACC player to average 19, 9 boards, and shoot 60% since Tim Duncan, another Demon Deacon, did it the 96-97 season. If you look at those player efficiency ratings that John Hollinger does, John Collins led the nation in player efficiency rating. Comes from a military family, used to structure, and now he's on his way to the Atlanta Hawks.
Really productive, and you mentioned his efficiency. His efficiency is really incredible on pick and rolls. As the roller, he scores over 1.7 points per possession. That is really impressive. He's an excellent rebounder. He's got a quick release inside. When he gets something off quickly down in the post, he's really, really effective. Runs the floor very well, good in transition. but his rebounding kind of sets him apart. I think he's got the ability to shoot the ball and stretch that out a little bit. He didn't show it much last year. Did not shoot outside of the paint very much at all. I think the next step for John Collins with his athleticism and length is to be able to sustain effort on defense. He was not a great defender. In fact, his opponents kind of took advantage of him quite a bit throughout the course of the year. But I do think that he's got the ability to be much better defensively. Offensively, just a terrific young basketball player. He's got a lot of growth ahead of him as he stretches his range out and is able to hit face-up jumpers.
And also, Jay, they're going to need interior help. They traded Dwight Howard. Paul Millsap is currently a free agent. You mentioned the fact that he can not only score the basketball, but get you rebounds. This is a quality pick on the interior for the Atlanta Hawks in the Eastern Conference.
You know, the Hawks are trying to get over that hump. You know the Hawks have the second longest streak of consecutive playoff appearances in the NBA. Only the Spurs.
Go, Spurs, go.
How about that? 10 in a row for Atlanta. Now John Collins headed to Atlanta as they move on past Dwight Howard after making the pick. We saw the emotion from so many of the guys who have been selected so far tonight, showing off those suits and most importantly, showing off the smiles. Draft night here in Brooklyn.
My plan with the other guys stinks. They think I'm an ATM, but I'm not.
The more you say, the madder I get, honestly.
It's wrong.
It's bad.
I think you could use
a switch.
Switch to Boost Mobile and get 2 lines with 3 gigs of 4G LTE data per line for just $50 a month. With Metro PCS, you only get 2 gigs for the same $50. All on the fast and reliable Sprint nationwide network. Plus, switch today and get up to 2 free phones. Boost makes it easy to switch. Switching makes it easy to save.
Autobots, get ready. Critics are calling Transformers stunning and epic. Find the biggest screen you can for this summer spectacular. Transformers: The Last Night, rated PG-13.
1 foot in the door, 1 foot in the grave. 1 stares back at 2, 2 is unafraid. Parrot door, rap, single double, step. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Step right up, make a basket, win a prize. You get to choose which who? Absolutely. Yay!
Today we helped everyone win. And we can help you too with a great deal on an award-winning Honda. Right now you can lease a 2017 Accord LX for just $189 a month plus tax. And the Accord is the best-selling midsize car in California.
That thing you do every day, it matters. That's why you need a network you can rely on. We are Spectrum Enterprise, and we deliver the network and cloud services vital to your enterprise. Our experts work with you. We get to know your business. Then, we design and deliver a solution that's reliable, scalable, and now more accessible than ever before. Because that thing you do every day, it matters. Spectrum Enterprise.
Live, our friends on TNT, Monday, 9 o'clock Eastern Time. We'll find out who wins the Kia MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, and more. A performance by Nicki Minaj, hosted by Drake. Monday night, 9 p.m. Eastern. I guess that means Doris Burke will be invited too. 2017 NBA Awards on TNT. With Portland on the clock, time to remind you of a trade that went down earlier tonight. Still officially a proposed trade. Kings getting the rights to Justin Jackson and the pick that's about to be made by Portland. Blazers getting Zach Collins. Let's see who the Blazers select for the Kings.
With the 20th pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Portland Trail Blazers select Harry Giles from Duke University.
And with that pick, Harry Giles is not here, but with that pick, 14 freshmen have been selected in the first round. That is a new first-round record. And for Harry Giles, who's had all of the knee problems, this is a big thing for him going in the first round, Jake.
It's a huge thing. And Harry Giles is a great kid, but averaged 4 points a game, 4 rebounds. We did not see the real Harry Giles this season because of all the injuries he had. He missed a year and a half with 2 different ACL injuries. He got injured before the start of the season and missed the first half of it. But he showed some flashes. But When he was in high school, when he played USA basketball, he was essentially Chris Webber. I mean, he would have been a top 5 pick if he were healthy, maybe even the top pick. His lateral quickness was really an issue with the injuries that he had, and when he was isolated in screen and roll situations as a defender, he was just picked apart on ball screens. He was giving up 75% field goal shooting to his responsibility in those pick and rolls. The question is, can he be what he was? And it's a risk, but at this point in the draft, it's a good risk because of the amount of potential that Giles has if he can get his explosiveness back.
So Harry Giles selected by the Trailblazers. That will be part of a trade to go to the Kings. Kings, of course, trading DeMarcus Cousins during last season. And maybe if Harry Giles can regain his health and his form, maybe he takes care of some of that interior presence that Boogie had given them at one point, at least in terms of production. Still a ways away from that. Jeff Goodman's with us now. Jeff, you and I were talking before the broadcast. You were getting some conflicting reports about the medical reports on Harry Giles, but some of it factoring in his favor. What have you got on that?
Yeah, I just talked to his agent, Jeff Schwartz, who said that he went to 8 places to work out for 8 different teams, and they put him through the gamut medically. And like you said, Reese, there were some conflicting reports. Some teams telling me that it was much better, the medical information that was given, than they thought it would be. Schwartz gave the medical info to about half of the NBA teams, Sacramento being one of them, and he was absolutely ecstatic because, as Jay Billis said, Harry Giles, one of the best kids you will ever meet doing this, and certainly with what he went through with the knee injuries, most people were rooting for him, Reese.
All right, Jeff, so Harry Giles, the third Duke Blue Devil to go in this draft. Jason Tatum went 3rd overall, and then Luke Kennard was selected by the Detroit Pistons, and now Harry Giles goes 20th overall. Trailblazers making the selection. He will wind up as a member of the Sacramento Kings. The Oklahoma City Thunder now on the clock, and last season Russell Westbrook, absolutely remarkable season like we really hadn't seen in modern NBA history. Joined Oscar Robertson as the only players in NBA history to average a triple-double for a season. They have 42 triple-doubles this past year. It was a single-season record, and you see the numbers he put up in the playoff series in the 4-1 loss to Houston. And the obvious thing now for Oklahoma City, they got to find him some help right now. That's as good an individual season statistically as you can possibly have, but Oklahoma City's got to have some help for him.
Absolutely. In particular, shooting. Just think about this. He averaged over 10 assists a game and didn't really have knockdown shooters around him. The way he attacks, however, and the ferocity he approaches each game, the other thing he's going to need is people that are going to play as hard as he does on a nightly basis. Russell Westbrook had an amazing season. OKC tends to do a really good job of drafting people that fit their needs.
They do, Jalen, and it's shooting, 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 shooting. I mean, it was interesting. I know sitting with you during the finals, how many times you say they need shooting? And they do. I mean, this is not a secret for what Russell Westbrook needs and what they need to play off. They're going to take any step forward. And it's not saying that a rookie taken in this position is going to help them immensely right away, but bit by bit. In Oklahoma City, if you're going to play with Russell Westbrook, they've got to get some deep shooting.
Got a $20 bill in my pocket with Oklahoma City on there because I think you guys might get this one.
I don't see him reaching his pocket very often.
Can anybody tell me what happened in the draft 30 years ago tonight?
30 years ago tonight.
So we're talking 1987.
Oklahoma City has the Oklahoma City connection. Big hint there.
Seattle, right?
Yeah, but you're on the wrong track.
Somebody from Oklahoma.
30 years ago tonight, Billy Donovan was selected in the NBA draft.
That is very nice. Providence.
Was it by the Knicks?
It was not by the Knicks. I believe it was, I want to say it was by the Jazz. I think it was by the Jazz. He wound up playing, I think, 40, 45 games in his career, all for the Knicks.
Reese is keeping his money. He's keeping that 20.
I got news for you. Even if you got it right, you weren't getting that money.
and actually, Billy
He
Donovan,
knows me very well. We've been friends a long time.
He doesn't get enough credit for the job he did with that basketball team. I mean, over the last couple of years, you lose Kevin Durant, you lose Serge Ibaka. Russell Westbrook ascends this season, and he gets a lot of young players to continue to play above what it seems like they should do on paper.
People kept talking about Durant, which was obvious last year. They lost Ibaka. I had to keep reminding people, you're talking about both starting forwards here, and a guy who averaged nearly 9 rebounds a game. That was a huge loss. And for Westbrook to respond like that. But they got to start to make up some of this ground, or they're going to fall off in the West. They really will. Been passed by Utah, among others.
Shows you those college guys can really coach. He developed Russell Westbrook into an MVP.
Bro, Russell Westbrook had never been a triple-double guy before Billy showed him how to do it, right? Here's the depth chart right now. You see Victor Oladipo, who they had hoped perhaps would evolve into the type of player who could give him enough help. So you think shooter right now, they got Domantas Sabonis and Kanter up front. You're thinking shooting is the way to go.
And also, you have to protect yourself against Robertson, who's going to be a free agent this offseason. He is a terrific defender, not much of a shooter, however. So I would think that they will look to get some help at the wing position, because if you look up front, they're pretty stout with Kanter and Steven Adams, and obviously drafted Todd Gibson and drafted Sabonis last season.
Yeah, I think Gibson's unrestricted free agent too. You got your list over there, best shooter available right now that would fit. You got it in front of you there.
Terrence Ferguson probably on the next. It would be next on the list, but OG Anunoby would be the top prospect.
Yeah. So the pick is in now for Oklahoma City. They won 47 games last year, but now looking for another asset to pair with Russell Westbrook. Let's go to the microphone now and Adam Silver.
With the 21st pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Terrence Ferguson from Dallas, Texas, and the Adelaide 36ers in Australia.
Oh, Terrence Ferguson, guard who played a year overseas. Fran Fraschilla joins us now. What about Terrence Ferguson, who's a highly touted high school guy, Fran?
Yes, he was. He went the unique way, Reese, back at the Nike Hoop Summit a year ago. 7 of 11 behind the arc, 5 straight threes. He's 6'7", really athletic. Supposed to go to Arizona, he did not. Watch the journey. The first American high school player to play in the NBL, the Australian League, where he had minimum success, but he got a lot out of it playing with adults. They beat him up, he handled it, and although he only shot 30% down there, those of us who've seen him a lot know he can shoot it. He is the ultimate 3-and-D guy down the road. This kid has great value at 21. He's 6'7", he loves to defend, he can jump, he's athletic, and there's the journey. Okay, 3 guys have done it: Moutier, Brandon Jennings, and now T. Ferg. When I talked to Sean Miller, who coached him on the under-19 gold medal team a couple of years ago, he said, best defender he's ever coached at that level. And the Oklahoma City Thunder, they have a project because he has to get stronger. But if you want 3-and-D, you want to build that program going forward around Russell Westbrook, you've added a kid who can really shoot it.
That was my bold prediction for the night.
Yes,
well,
it was.
Not that he would be picked. That wasn't bold. But this probably is a good situation for him. Yes, they have to get more out of Doug McDermott, who has proven on some level he can score to a degree in the NBA. But they need shooting. They need a wing. They got a guy who's athletic. And this becomes a matter of gaining the confidence of the MVP, of Russell Westbrook, and your coach, Billy Donovan. Don't know how much he's going to be able to play right away, but there's a need right away, Jalen.
Absolutely, and somebody that can guard multiple positions on the perimeter, something that Doug McDermott really is not going to be able to do at the 3 spot, especially when guys like LeBron James, Kawhi Leonard, and Kevin Durant come to town. This guy's going to be able to catch the lobs, play off the basketball, really good value pick for the Oklahoma City Thunder.
It's going to take him a while, but at this stage of the draft, when you're drafting young guys, you expect there to be a developmental component to all these players. The question is, how good is he going to be in 2 or 3 years? And I think he's got a chance to be very good.
When you look at him, in terms of where we thought he would be coming out of high school, and then the year spent in Australia, which, by the way, he advocates now. He's one of the guys who've come back from that and said he thinks more guys should do it. What is it about him that stands between him and potentially being a top shelf type player in the NBA?
Well, first of all, I mean, he said he was advocating people to go over because he doesn't feel that the NCAA is fair in limiting compensation to players. I don't think we're going to see a big exodus of players overseas. I just don't think that's going to happen. But I think Fran Fraschilla is right. Like, it's not just his ability to shoot it. Instead, Oklahoma City needed some shooting, but his ability to defend. Like today's game, you got to have guys that can stretch the floor, but also guys that can defend multiple positions. And with his length and athleticism, he can defend multiple positions, and he wants to guard people. And that's a big factor, I believe.
And also to play with a guy like Russell Westbrook, you need some fire, some emotion, some intensity. And he's going to have that. He's going to play with that level of passion, and as you mentioned, bring a lot of athleticism.
You hear a little bit of energy in the house. Some of it, I think they might be throwing T-shirts out someplace, but it's mostly because the Brooklyn Nets are on the clock. And boy, they need players, although they've got D'Angelo Russell on the way from Los Angeles once that trade is deemed official.
Well, a couple of things. They need everything, Reese.
Everything.
You're saying that nicely. Two, I'm disappointed there isn't a statue of the Notorious Big in front of this building. They need to start working on that.
They might be playing the Jay Billis imbibing game too, you know, because I've said wingspan a lot so far.
There was an entire thing on social media about that today, which you endorsed, did you not?
I
Except
did.
for the fact
think
that you couldn't play.
Well, I can't say that I endorse it, especially since I'm not allowed to participate until after the show's over.
That's never stopped you before, at least
as far as you know.
I know, and at least it's appeared at times that you've been participating.
You know what? The Nets have been active participants in trying to help the Boston Celtics resurgence, probably now the Los Angeles Lakers resurgence. Let's see what they're going to do with this pick for themselves.
Well, you know, one of the things too, Jalen, is they tried to get a lot of guys last year. They have to find a way to get players, right? And so they got Russell, and now we'll see how they do in the draft. They really haven't fared very well. They only won 20 games last season. The Brooklyn Nets, after you see, really started the slide after they made the Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett trade.
They got one good year out of that.
Yeah, so many picks to Boston that way.
Yeah, Boston's still getting well off that deal. They get to the second round and go out, then first round, and then just disaster the last couple of years.
See the slide, precipitous, and then this past season, the worst record in the NBA at 20-62. To put it in perspective, they won 8 fewer games than the Philadelphia 76ers did this past year. And the Sixers had the #1 pick in the draft, and Brooklyn, of course, had traded their pick away. So now they're getting the opportunity, something they haven't had a lot of in recent years, to be able to pick in the first round. And they've got D'Angelo Russell coming. So it's hard to really nail down who they should pick or what they should take. They probably should just take whoever they deem best available, because they need a little bit of everything.
When you start to turn around your roster in the NBA, it literally is going to start with a guy that you hope can become an all-star caliber player. You make this move for D'Angelo Russell, who put up really good numbers in Los Angeles, points and assists-wise. They're now banking on the fact that he may be able to become a big-time player.
And so the Nets, time has expired on the clock, but the delay right now, they are starting to, I think they're going to finalize and make official the Jimmy Butler trade that we've been talking all night. And then we'll find out who the Brooklyn Nets will pick with the 22nd overall pick in the draft. The commissioner, we believe, is on his way, and there he is.
We have a trade to announce. The Chicago Bulls trade Jimmy Butler and the draft rights to Justin Patton, the 16th pick, to the Minnesota Timberwolves for Chris Dunn and Zach LaVine, and the draft rights to Lauri Markkanen, the 7th pick. And with the 22nd pick in the 2017 NBA draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Jared Allen from the University of Texas.
Jared Allen played a season in Texas. Big 12 all-tournament team. Perhaps if you're an avid watcher of Big 12 basketball, you heard our buddy Fran Fraschilla when he dunked on West Virginia start going, "Dunk of the year! Dunk of the year!" Allen can get up and throw down. I talked to him at the draft combine. He understands what his role needs to be in the NBA in the early part of his career. Run the floor, try to rebound, try to block some shots and defend. And that's what Brooklyn is getting with the 22nd overall pick.
Well, and he can block shots and change shots in large measure because of his length. I mean, he's got a 7'5" wingspan. It's crazy.
No idea.
Yeah. tip it back. But he does run the floor well. He does rebound. He's one of 2 players in the Big 12 that averaged over 13 points and 8 rebounds per game. Not really an offensive player outside the lane. A good finisher. He converts on 68% of his shots around the basket, but he doesn't do much outside of the lane right now. So he's got somewhat of a limited offensive feel, as I mentioned. One of the questions that some people have had about Jared Allen, they would ask, does he love to play? I think he's going to be a really good player. That's crazy length, and I think his touch is good, so he's going to develop as a player. He's still really young and really raw offensively, but what he can do defensively on the glass and running the floor makes him a really good value here at 22.
15th freshman selected. That's a new record in the first round, and perhaps the only first rounder who has built himself his own computer is standing by with Allison Williams.
That's rather impressive, and he's so good. He even matched the suit to the hat. Well played there. Jared, this night is longer for some, shorter for others. What was it like for you as you wait there for your name to be called?
I mean, I think for anybody, it's an anxious time, even for me, you know, going this far in the draft. But I mean, it's a humbling experience to finally get picked by a team.
What do you see your role being in the NBA?
I see my role being a rim protector, me being athletic, be able to guard guards and pick and rolls too.
So you're here in Brooklyn, the team that drafted you. What are your thoughts on playing for the Nets?
I mean, it's going to be good. You know, this is a good city. I've been here for like 3 days now. I came to visit here before. I mean, it's nice being drafted in my new city.
Will you be using your own computer once you come here to Brooklyn?
I definitely am. I'm going to have it shipped away here immediately.
Awesome. Good stuff, Jared. Thank you so much for the time. Reese.
Allison, Jarrett, thank you very much. The Toronto Raptors are now on the clock with the 23rd pick. They've got several unrestricted free agents that they have to deal with as well. Raptors on the clock.
T-Dot.
Hey, baby.
We met before, right? You still alive, right? Uh-huh. Then I guess we ain't never met.
I'm looking at some of the country's finest thugs, and of course, young Mozart in a go-kart over there.
The world consists of 3 things: money, sex, drugs, and action. Oh, wait, that's full.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
What the? Baby Driver, rated R.
Look closely. Hidden in every swing, every chip, and every putt is data that can make the difference between winning and losing. The Microsoft Cloud helps the PGA Tour turn countless points of data into insights that transform their business and will enhance the game for players and fans.
The Microsoft Cloud turns information into insight.
The morning starts with a workout with a view. It's hot. Wake up, work out, and go out. You run to your favorite bar, a social call, and a signature drink. It's your bar, me bar. Always energy, always friends, and another win. Morongo, good times anytime, good times all the time.
Remember when everything you did was for the fun of doing it? BMW sports activity vehicles are the perfect combination of ample space, dynamic power, and sleek design. There truly is an X perfect for every adventure, so you can go wherever the fun takes you. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Lease a BMW X1 S-Drive 28i for $319 a month at a Southern California BMW center.
This moment all my life, so I'm just happy right now.
Markelle Fultz has every reason to be happy. The first overall pick in the draft by the 76ers will be joining us here at the desk within the next 10 minutes or so. Stick around to hear from the Sixers' latest #1 overall draft pick. The Toronto Raptors are on the clock right now with the 23rd pick. They are coming off their second straight 50-win season. First time in franchise history they've been able to do this, but ran into the Cleveland Cavaliers and got swept in the Eastern Conference semifinals. They've been eliminated by Cleveland in back-to-back seasons. Since I alluded to going to break, Kyle Lowry heads a list of unrestricted free agents. Lowry averaged more than 22 points per game this past year. We'll see if he sticks around in Toronto and what Toronto will do to try to bolster their roster right now. The commissioner, Adam Silver, about to step up with Toronto's pick.
We have another trade to announce. The Portland Trailblazers trade the draft rights to Justin Jackson, the 15th pick, and Harry Giles, the 20th pick, to the Sacramento Kings for the draft rights to Zach Collins, the 10th pick. And with the 23rd pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Toronto Raptors select OG Anunoby from Indiana University.
OG Anunoby, who missed the last 15 games of his season playing for Tom Crean at Indiana with a right knee injury, surgically repaired, but he improved himself in virtually every stat category up to that point. OG Anunoby, player with high energy, is on his way to Toronto.
Big-time athlete. You mentioned the knee injury. When he's healthy, he's a Swiss Army knife on defense. He can guard a 1. He can guard anywhere from a 1 to a 4, really. Long arms, really good timing. Per 40 minutes, he averaged over 2 steals and 2 blocks per game. And his first year, he was like a utility defender. He came in, gave great energy. Started off his sophomore year in exhibition games. He was shooting the ball incredibly well. Shot over 60% from 3 his first couple games. Obviously, that trailed off. He's still pretty raw offensively, but can catch and shoot. But it's his athleticism, his transition ability. But what really sticks out about him is his defense. He can be one of the big-time defenders in the NBA where he can guard just about anybody.
He has good time, bounce, physicality, and big-time performances against Carolina and KU this season.
So OG Anunoby on his way to Toronto, and the former Indiana Stars with Allison.
OG, you had your injury last year, beginning of January, cut short your season. How do you think that affected your draft?
I think it affected my draft, but everything happens for a reason, and I'm happy to be playing for the Raptors now.
What did you do to try and mitigate the injury and still show teams what you're capable of doing?
Just my personality, my character, how hardworking I am, and how I care about the team.
I know there's a lot of emotions for everybody that gets drafted tonight. How would you describe kind of the roller coaster of emotions that you've gone through today?
A lot of excitement, nervousness, but I'm happy.
What are the biggest things you learned at Indiana during your 2 years that you'll try and utilize in the NBA? The biggest things you learned during your time at Indiana that you'll try to utilize in the NBA?
Just how important hard work is.
I got one question more for you. This is an important one. We're all about fashion tonight, but I appreciate your fashion on the court. Are you going to continue to rock the short shorts in the NBA?
Oh, of course. Of course.
No hesitation. That's the signature style for OG.
I got to wear short shorts.
Awesome. What are you going to do now? How do you celebrate and spend the rest of the evening?
Get some cheesecake.
Cheesecake?
Yeah.
Cheesecake?
Yeah. Cheesecake.
Just plain New York. Do you go with the fruit on top or just plain?
Plain. I enjoy that.
Awesome. OJ, thanks so much for the time. Congratulations, all right? Guys.
Hey, don't be afraid to share, OG. We've been up here for a while. We'll run some of that cheesecake this way.
People talk about Indiana and what happened to them. What happened to them was he got hurt in January.
Yeah.
Indiana may have an entirely different outcome of that season.
That's a great answer.
With him in the lineup.
Don't celebrate with adult beverages. Great answer.
So the Utah Jazz on the clock at number 24 officially right now. They've been involved in a trade tonight. The number 1 overall pick was Markelle Fultz out of Washington. Led all major conference players in scoring, averaged 23 points, 5 assists, 5 rebounds per game. Only 2 players in the last 20 years in major conference has been able to put up that kind of numbers in a major conference. Here is the bio of Markelle Fultz. Didn't make his high school varsity team, a traditional powerhouse to math until junior year, but at Washington, they saw him on that JV team, fell in love with him. They were first on him, and now he turns out to be the #1 overall pick in the draft, going to Philadelphia. And Markelle Fultz has joined us here on the set. You've got your new cheering section from Philly.
There we go.
Maybe they were some of those 14,000 that bought season tickets already. Excited to see you guys play together.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. I'm just looking forward to that journey and the opportunity.
When you went, after the trade was made, and you went to Philadelphia and got to spend some time around some of the guys, including Joel Embiid, and the opportunity to play with Ben Simmons, what does the future look like for you right now, and how quickly can you guys achieve something?
I believe as soon as I step on next year, I think we're automatically going to start winning games, and I think everybody's goal is to get it to the playoffs next year. And I know that's not going to be easy. I know it's going to be a lot of work to do that, but I feel like we're all willing to put in the work to do that. And we know we're going to make mistakes, but it's going to happen soon.
Though you went #1, a lot of people are going to leap to conclusions about each player. What are one of the biggest misconceptions you heard about yourself that you want to dispel once you get to the NBA?
I'm not a winner. I get tired of hearing that. Just anybody that knows me just know how competitive I am and how I come every day to practice and just putting forth my effort and just lifting up my teammates. And if you look at my resume through high school and everything like that, I've been winning all my life. That opportunity at Washington, I don't regret it for anything. I think the relationships I built there were bigger than anything I could ever do, so I'm just happy for everything that's happened to me.
Markelle, even before the deal, Philadelphia intrigued you, even though Boston obviously finished higher in the standings and got to a conference final. But what was it about Philly, even with all the losing, that attracted you then before the deal?
I think the young team there and how they treat their players and everything like that, and it's close to home, so that's always good.
Have you heard from Kelsey Plum, the #1 pick in the WNBA draft?
Not yet. I had my phone off all day, just trying to enjoy the process, but I know she's proud of me. We made history today, something that we've been talking about for a long time, so I know she's proud of me.
You made history turning your phone off for a whole day. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
Have you turned it back on yet?
No, not yet. I'm probably wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. Set the over-under at the number of messages sitting on that phone.
Yeah.
Hope you have a lot of storage and a good data plan. There's a lot going on. Hey, let's have a look right now at the Sixers depth chart right now, and you see a lot of guys on there, some guys that were picked very highly in the draft. Where do you see yourself fitting in?
Wherever they need me to fit in. I'm just willing to come in. Like I said, I want this program to win. So if that's me sitting on the bench, if that's me playing, or whatever they need me to do, I'm just willing to help this team win.
You talked about the difficulty this past season in terms of winning and losing. There are the three guys in Philly, as you see on the screen, the cornerstone, you, Joel, and Ben Simmons. What did you learn from the difficulties that your team had last year with all the losing that you had at Washington that you think can benefit you in the NBA?
First of all, just fighting through adversity, not pointing a finger at anybody, sticking together, which you're going to need. So it's going to be a long season, so that's definitely one. And then just my leadership. I've always been a guy to lead by example, but going to Washington, I had to start talking to guys, telling them pick it up in practice and stuff like that. And as the season went on, I started doing it because I felt like leading by example wasn't it. So I had to talk more and lead by example. And I think I built respect in my teammates and everything like that.
How excited are you to create a brotherhood and be teammates with Ben Simmons and the engaging Joel Embiid?
Nah, it's crazy. They're great guys. They speak for themselves, as you see, on and off the court.
What's good, guys?
I'm just looking forward to it, you know. The process is bright, so.
Markelle, congratulations. A great night for you. Everybody should be patient, letting you get back to them once you turn that phone back on. Very happy for you. Best of luck in Philadelphia.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Markelle Fultz.
Congrats.
Thank you.
The #1 overall pick in the draft, going to Philadelphia, as they say, welcome to the moment now instead of embracing the process. Utah is on the clock.
We're 47 subs away, dude. We're 47 subs away from hitting 112,000.
97 points per game, made it to the playoffs, beat the Clippers in the first round, got their first series win since 2010. But the Jazz are going to continue this success. A lot of it depends on exactly what happens with Gordon Hayward. Hayward is now an unrestricted free agent. We'll see if he is able to stick around Salt Lake City with Quinn Snyder and the Jazz. Pick is in, number 24 for Utah. Here's Adam Silver.
With the 24th pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Tyler Lydon from Syracuse
Yo, if y'all want to act savage, I'll start hitting y'all with ads. Don't mess with me, bro. Don't mess with me. There's an ad for y'all. Don't mess with me.
This would end up going to
start
Denver,
dissing me?
assuming that trade becomes official, but it is Tyler Lydon out of Syracuse being selected here in this spot at 24.
Well, Tyler Lydon is a shooter, another pick and pop guy that made 98 threes in his 2 years in Syracuse. Also, a very good weak side shot blocker. A good athlete. He can run. He's got good speed.
Available?
He's going to have to play some man-to-man defense, obviously, when he gets to the NBA. Played mostly zone on the baseline at Syracuse, and also had 13% body fat. So dinosaur barbecue's got to be eliminated from that diet. That's going to be the hardest thing to do, I think, for any prospect coming out of Syracuse, eliminating dinosaur barbecue.
And also not playing zone defense, as you alluded to. A lot of Syracuse players, clearly Jim Boeheim's one of the greatest coaches of all time, but that adjustment from going to play in college where it's exclusively zone to playing a lot of man-to-man, clearly.
So we've had 24 selections made in the draft. Not one senior has been picked.
Happy birthday, Derek.
We've never gone in a draft without a senior being selected. It was a freshman going first. Freshman hoping to help usher in a new era of Sixer basketball.
It's been an unforgettable journey.
I'm really glad I got in that car.
And of course, guys, here we go.
Find out how it all ends.
It's now or never.
Transformers: The Last Night, rated PG-13.
Commercials are on, so I'm gonna show y'all on Instagram some love. And then let me get Snapchat real quick. Yo, this Bryson guy's going nuts. Hey, 22 subs, man. And we're like under 100 likes from hitting our from hitting 2,000 likes on the stream.
Don't forget SportsCenter at night with Scott Van Pelt. You'll have everything you need. We'll come back here to the draft. You'll hear from the guys, a little perspective on that. College World Series, baseball highlights, everything you need to know. Scott delivers it in his own inimitable fashion. SportsCenter at night with Scott Van Pelt, streaming live on the ESPN app. Coming up momentarily, he will have a fabulous pocket square, I'm sure, almost as nice as mine. All right, Billis, we're down to the 25th pick in the draft. Orlando's on the clock. Who are the best available guys?
First of all, nobody can compete with your pocket square.
Not at all.
That's right.
You are the first pick in the pocket square draft.
Pristine.
Has its own Twitter account.
Your pocket squares?
Yeah, they did for a while. I don't think it's been active, though.
That is impressive. You are first on the best available list in the pocket square draft. Juwan Evans, I like very much as a guard. He's small. You got a few small guards that are available right now with Juwan Evans, Frank Jackson, Frank Mason. All three of them can shoot. Juwan Evans, the best pick and roll guard that's left in the draft. And I'm going to stay out of Fran Fraschilla's lane because the two foreign guys, I'm going to let him do all that stuff.
Yo, we're going to get a point guard, bro.
Andrzej Pasekniks got that one. I believe it's Isaiah Hartenstein, I believe. Is the other guy.
They have good pocket squares, too.
I occasionally I occasionally have been known to veer into a different lane from time to time.
Showing your versatility.
The Magic on the clock. We talked earlier when Orlando made selections that they've really struggled. 5 straight years they finished last. They're need to do something to generate a little bit of momentum in Orlando.
Absolutely, and usually when you build a team through the draft, you're trying to find an identity, and that's one of the things the Orlando Magic hasn't been able to achieve. And also, who's going to be their player that takes them to the next level? They're all-star caliber talent. They're still, in my opinion, looking for that player. If they don't get it in the draft, hopefully they can find a way to get it via trade.
You know, we talked about some teams and players tonight, Jimmy Butler, chief among them, who teams get late in the draft. One of the things you have to do when you're building a team is get lucky in the draft. Unless maybe you're the Lakers of the 90s and you go out and you get Shaq and Kobe in the same week and you got so much money, but that's not Orlando. Can they become really lucky with a late draft pick that nobody pays attention to or praises very much tonight, but in 2 years is on a trajectory that you can have a Jimmy Butler produced from, say, the 30th spot in the draft? One of the things Orlando, like several of the teams picking now, could use.
Last half dozen picks of the first round on the way. The first of those belonging to the Orlando Magic at number 25. Set to announce that pick right now is the commissioner, Adam Silver, who is on his way to the podium.
With the 25th pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Orlando Magic select Andrzej Pasechniks from Riga, Latvia, and CB Gran Canaria in Spain.
Fran Fraschilla, as we have a look at Andrzej. Everybody, he's up in the stands there and getting a little hug from the well-wishers, family and friends there. He's among, I think there were probably
one sub away, man.
Or so guys who are potential draftees, not in the green room, but in the arena. And there goes Andres down. Fran, for the Magic getting from Andrzej Pasechniks.
Let me tell you a little fable there, Reese. 4 years ago, the Latvian junior team had 2 7-footers playing for them in the European Under-18 Championships. One guy was named Kristaps Porzingis, and he spent his early development in Spain. His buddy, Andrzej Pasechniks, he spent his time in Latvia. He didn't start to improve until the last 2 seasons when he went to Spain to play in the ACB League. At his size, he is an athletic big man, perfectly suited for the space and pace game. He runs, he jumps, and he catches lobs at the rim. He's a little slight, and he's not going to be a very good defender early, but the country of Latvia, which has 2 million people, now has 2 7'2" players who are going to play in the NBA. One a star, and one who I think could be a nice role player for the Orlando Magic and the new GM, John Hammond.
All right, Fran, so they get
what he's doing.
Pasechniks from Latvia, and they also have Jonathan Isaac, another slim guy who can run up and down. How do you think Orlando's done so far tonight with their 2 picks?
Well, here's what I like. You remember John Hammond was the guy, as Jay alluded to, the length in Milwaukee, who drafted the Greek Freak. So there's something about these. Hey, Jay, am I going to get drunk if I say long? We've got 2 long guys here.
I will.
We've got 2 really long, athletic young guys. Isaac can play 3, 4, and 5. And Andrzej can play as a rim-running, lob-catching big man. They both have to get stronger, but a good start for the Orlando Magic.
Needed something to go in their direction, and now the Portland Trail Blazers are back on the clock. The Blazers have been active tonight. They've made a deal in which they acquired the rights to the number 10 overall pick, Zach Collins, out of Gonzaga. In exchange, they sent the rights to Justin Jackson and Harry Giles over to the Sacramento Kings. And now Portland, who originally had 3 picks in the first round of the draft, will make one for themselves here at number 26. So Portland with that backcourt of Damian Lillard, C.J. McCollum. Now, what are you looking for them to do here at this pick?
Well, again, perimeter help is always needed when you have a dynamic backcourt the way they do. Obviously, you mentioned Lillard and C.J. McCollum. Can they get some more wing scoring, some more versatility on that end?
Someone want to be my final 112,000 subscriber?
He could be a triple-double type of player. Collins is going to play quality minutes.
Best,
I really like what Portland has done to continue to build their team. As a lot of teams talk about building through the draft, they're actually doing it and doing a really good job of it.
Isn't it amazing how we've gone from 5 to 8 years ago talking about the NBA being a point guard dominated league. And at that point, Chris Paul was in his, what, 5th or 6th season, and you thought the league was going to go that way indefinitely. And now, Jalen, the first thing I start thinking about when you think about Damian Lillard and C.J. McCollum is they need a wing. They need somebody who is 6'7" to 7 feet tall, who can be on the wing, who can be more than 3 and D in their case, because they need some size. What do we see with those two all the time in the playoffs? They get worn down. They carry a team. They're in spectacular games in the playoffs. They need some wing help. And it seems like the solution to everything now is wing help. Well, with length, of course, Jay. Wing help.
Darn right. It's helpful.
So as the Blazers are getting their
I appreciate all of you guys, man. The support has been crazy this stream.
50 points per game, high-scoring backcourt in the
Yeah, I don't know what the Pacers are doing.
As Jalen alluded to,
I really don't.
Acquired from
What up,
Denver,
Skins?
20th overall, first-round pick also they were getting, and ended up getting swept by the Warriors in the first round. Back-to-back.
Can we get to 2,000 likes, guys?
By Golden State. Gave up a bunch of points in the
They're like
process.
50 likes away from 2,000.
Allowed. That is the most in the NBA. We're swept by the Warriors there. So now Portland sitting on the clock. Portland is a team in an interesting position. They have a lot of money committed against the salary cap right now. In fact, the announcement from the proposed and projected salary cap for the NBA is a little bit lower than expected. They're thinking around $99, $100 million. Portland has contracts committed like up over $130 million. They're in the luxury tax range, so they're going to have to try to make some moves to free up some space to try to reshape their roster a little bit, and that's not always easily done.
And a couple of those are big contracts or substitutes. Alan Crabb, Evan Turner, and Myers Leonard, guys that you really need to be productive in a salary cap driven sport when you're doling out that kind of cash.
Yeah, so once free agency period opens and some of the trading, wheeling and dealing goes, you might see Portland at least attempt to be active if they can be. I'm told now that the pick is in for the Trailblazers, who are picking 26. Here's Adam Silver.
With the 26th pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Portland Trailblazers select Caleb Swanigan from Purdue University.
Lakers are up next.
Biggie was the Big Ten Player of the Year, first team, AP All-American, much more svelte now at 6'8", 245, JB.
Caleb Swanigan is a big, bruising power forward who was one of the best rebounders in college basketball, if not the best rebounder. 15 rebounds per 40 minutes. He had the most defensive rebounds in college basketball. He's one of only 5 major conference players to average a double-double. He can shoot it. He can step away to three-point range. The issue for him is defensively. Can he move his feet? Who does he guard out there in a league now that is going to more spread offenses? He's not going to be able to guard down in the low post because there's nobody anchored there anymore. Pretty good in pick and roll defense though when he gets out there.
He was a young stretch mark 4 back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, look when he was in the 8th grade. I mean, Caleb Swanigan weighed 360 pounds in middle school. Had a difficult family situation. Former Purdue football player and an Asian NFL linebacker, Roosevelt Barnes, ended up adopting Caleb Swanigan, sort of gave him some structure in his life, helped him lose some weight, and helped him not only transform his body, but sort of his way of life, too. And as a result, Caleb Swanigan has now turned into a first-round draft pick. And, you know, there were some questions when Swanigan was going to college about, you know, whether Roosevelt Barnes was in this for all the right reasons. I mean, the kid weighed 360 pounds and didn't have a stable home life. He did it out of the goodness of his heart. And now Barnes is responsible for helping Caleb Swanigan reach this point tonight.
And that's why I gauge success off of realistic expectations. Sometimes so many people only celebrate being drafted in the lottery. But what about a young man that spent multiple time in multiple homeless shelters, now being drafted into the NBA draft, into a great organization, the Portland Trail Blazers, who are 29th in starting front court points per game last season.
So the Nets about to come back on the clock. Brooklyn is trying to be active in these days leading up to the draft.
All right, guys, you know what we do? You know what we do during commercials?
Rules? There are no rules for TV anymore. No, it's okay. To root for the bad guy. We're breaking the rules, left! All right. PlayStation View. You no longer need the box or the guy who installs it. The rules of TV have changed. It's time to change how you get it.
Better TV starts now.
What are you doing? It's 11 p.m.
I can explain.
You should be out there disappointing your father. I need to clean this place up.
Bloopy. Bad judgment and bloopy. Hunger keeps inventing new problems, so we invented Snickers Crisper.
Brock has to wake up early, and for that, Brock, we're sorry. But Brock has to wake up early because Little Caesars is the only national pizza place that makes dough fresh at every location. And for that, we're not sorry. Home of the $5 classic.
Better. It's more than just a word.
It's a promise to give our best, develop better technology, create better care, invest in better access.
When you help our veterans get better, it means constantly pursuing your best.
There are thousands of us giving our best every day to heal millions of veterans. Because this is more than a career. This is your life's work.
20 years from now, you will be more disappointed by the things you didn't do than by the ones you did do. So throw off the bow lines. Sail away from the safe harbor. Catch the trade winds in your sails. Explore, dream, discover.
Corolla with Toyota Safety Sense Standard.
All right, let's see who
Toyota,
the Lakers are
let's
taking.
go places.
NBA Draft 2017.
Hey,
presented by
2,000
State Farm,
likes. Shout out
is
to
brought
y'all,
you
man.
by PlayStation View. Watch the biggest moments in sports with no annual contract. Snickers. You're not you when you're hungry. Snickers satisfies. And Little Caesars. Home of the large, hot and ready classic pepperoni pizza for only $5.
4 picks remaining in the first round of this NBA draft. We mentioned this proposed trade, which is still not finalized yet. Expected it to be by this point. Lakers and Nets proposed trade. Lakers would send D'Angelo Russell
Yank
to
it!
Brooklyn.
Don't do it!
Also send Timothy Mozgov and that big contract to Brooklyn. The Lakers would get Brook Lopez, who only has 1 more year on his deal. And this first round pick, which is about to be made in just a few seconds by Brooklyn, which is 27th overall. So officially, Brooklyn is on the clock and you are on the clock. Brought to you by Tissot, but this pick will be made for the Los Angeles Lakers. And in fact, consecutive picks will be made. Lakers will get this pick, assuming the Russell trade goes through, and then the Lakers have the 28th overall pick in the draft as well. They took Lonzo Ball with the 2nd pick in the draft tonight. So Brooklyn has made a selection in the first round. They took Jared Allen out of Texas, but the Nets will be sending this pick to Los Angeles. Based on having Lonzo Ball and how the Lakers are trying to rebuild and pursuing
Oh,
Paul
wow, we
George,
traded back.
what's the best thing in your judgment the Lakers could do here with the Nets making the pick for them?
Well, I mean, you're looking at the best. I think it's a best available player thing, but on the best available list right now, it's a bunch of small guards, and I don't know what the Lakers want small guards. I think they'd want somebody that can go get them the ball. Like if you've got somebody that can, I mean, Caleb Swanigan's gone, who's the best rebounder that was on that board, even though he's a little bit lower down. Somebody can go chase the ball down, be somebody I'd go after.
Or somebody that you think has enough value to be used is trade bait. Let's face it. I mean, we've talked all week about the Lakers and what it is they're trying to do and who they are trying to attract and who they might try to put a deal together for. So trade bait. Also, who's got value?
So now we are ready with the pick. It will be officially announced as Brooklyn's pick. This is the one that's part of the proposed D'Angelo Russell trade. Here's the commissioner, Adam Silver.
With the 27th pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Kyle Kuzma from the University of Utah.
Who?
Kuzma was first team all Pac-12, and he was just terrific at the combine, particularly in the 5-on-5 competition.
Who?
He showed 3-point range. He's 6'9", 222. The guy had a good season for the Utes, Jay.
And really rose up on draft boards. Like he didn't have this kind of reputation in the middle of last season, but he really can go get the ball. He pursues it and he fights. He's a good, solid athlete that has length, He's improved his range. He's a much better offensive player than he was at the beginning of last season. He's a gym rat, like he's a worker. Gym rat doesn't sound flattering, does it? They call the guy rat. But it's a flattering thing.
Is he a smaller or power forward?
But as a rebounder,
I don't know, Laker Nation. Do y'all like this? Do y'all not like this?
And he's got a good nose for the ball. And I think that's an important factor for it. If you can rebound in college, it translates to the pros. And he can get extra possessions for you.
He was top 5 in lane agility and shuttle drills when we were at the Combine. Tom Penn was there with us. And you know he's going to work hard, Tom, because he is from Flint, Michigan, and all players from Flint are hard workers.
Flint-town, stand up.
Yeah. That's right. Flint-town being represented again. What about the Lakers now?
What took you so long? Man, Flint, we had to wait
I know.
this long?
That's a long time before I got that in.
Let's look at the big picture for the Lakers, and it's not about Kuzma. First, it's about Ball and how they drafted Ball. Then Magic Johnson said, I'm putting a fence around Ingram. We're not trading him. They still have Randall as an option, a good young player. And then look at Lopez. Let's talk a little bit about him because he's front and center in this whole thing. Here's why. The deal they did for Lopez removed Timothy Mozgov's money. It gets this money out of here. That changes the whole strategy for Magic Johnson because it frees up now their cap space. And their cap space is significant. It's $18 million now, but that's not what's important. What's important is what they have next year, and he's got $45 to $55 million sitting there to play with, okay? Does he wait and preserve that cap space, and why would he do that? We all know it's about this guy right now, Paul George. Should they do a deal where they bring Paul George into that cap space now, do an uneven trade somehow, give up Randall or some other youngs, or do they just wait and give Paul that money and somebody else that money next summer because they can pay him a lot more after he gets there, and then they could fill in somebody else there. But it's a whole new world in Los Angeles as Magic Johnson now rebuilds this Laker roster and tries to restore it to its glory. It's on in LA.
All right, Tom, so the Lakers.
Nothing that I didn't already know.
Pick for them. Lakers are on the clock right now with the 28th pick. Jeff Goodman with some breaking news about what the Lakers are up to right now.
So, Reese, this pick here, 28, is going to Utah. In return, Magic Johnson will get 2 picks, 30 at the end of the first round and 42 in the second round. So that's the first trade we've got. And then another trade to backtrack here a little bit, Reese. Orlando is sending the rights to the 25th pick, Andrzej Pasikniks. Hopefully, Fran, I got that one right. It's going to Philly for a first rounder and a second rounder in 2020. It's the first rounder that was acquired in the Jeremy Grant trade. So 2 deals here. This pick is actually going to be Utah at 28.
All right, so the word coming at the pick going to Orlando is on its way to Philadelphia, and this pick is on the move as well. Here's the commissioner.
With the 28th pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Los Angeles Lakers select Tony Bradley from the University of North Carolina.
Tony Bradley selected by the Lakers, but as Jeff
why
Goodman
is
just
no one
reported,
picking
this pick
Ike?
is on its way to Utah. Bradley is just
No
the
one's
third
picking
Tar
Ike.
Heel
No
to
one's
go
picking
one and
Isaiah
done,
Hartenstein.
joining Marvin
Why?
Williams and Brandon Wright. What about Tony Bradley as he's on his way to Utah?
Well, he is a rebounder. Another long-armed rebounder, 7'5" wingspan. It's incredible. Where do these guys find shirts? He's got great hands. An excellent offensive rebounder. In fact, he had more offensive rebounds than defensive rebounds. Per 40 minutes last year, Tony Bradley averaged 19.5 points per game, 14 rebounds, and just under 2 blocks. So he can protect the rim, but he didn't play long stretches of games. And so his stamina is an issue. Can he play consecutive minutes? He's going to have to work on that because he would get tired. They'd put him in for 5-6 minutes, take him out, and especially as they got into ACC play. But he's a very good prospect. Not a spectacular athlete, but he will run. but he can really go get the ball. His offensive rebounding is an elite skill.
He was so effective during the season. Jay counseled
I think we're
going to
get Jordan Bell or Ike.
And Jay's like, you can't do it. Not ready yet. Not ready for those long stretches, but he has been effective when he's been in there, Tom Penn.
Well, this is interesting. You know, we all hear about Moneyball and statistics and all the stat geeks. Our ESPN stat geeks have him as number 10. Jay's got him at number 32. This happens a lot where we would go to our stats guys and say, what do you think? How do your algorithms play out and project? And often you'll see something like this that'll cause you to look more closely. And I wonder if that's what happened in Utah, where they looked and they said, we see this guy higher. Let's go get him in the first round. We'll do a deal to get it done. And they move up to get him. So this is curious because when you see this kind of things and your stat guys are good, it hits. And that's how you end up with a bigger bang for the buck at the end of the first here.
Tony Bradley on his way to Utah. The 29th pick in the draft will be made by the Spurs. I don't know who they're going to take, but I'll bet he turns out to be really good. Might even turn out to be an all-star.
It is a big day for basketball as Anton Miller is getting ready to sign a $1 billion contract with the Cincinnati Sabres.
And then I just need 11 more right here. So it's going to be the next 4 pages. You're going to be signing each one 4 times and then 2 more on the second page. Sign here, here, and down here. Exactly, and then down here as well. And then sign here and here and here.
You can keep the pen.
Unbelievable! Miller has just signed with San Jose.
The Sabres really dropped the ball on this one. Typical.
I try to do it the right way. Know what I learned? The game's rigged. So I'm rewriting the rules. I love you, Franklin. Love you too, Mom.
Apparently, the picture is worth
Oh, my bad,
1,000
guys.
words. The award-winning 4K displays from Vizio.
Hey!
Throw down the tag.
I love our 30th pick, man.
Sunday Night Baseball. Pirates, Cardinals.
Yo,
at
the
8
Lakers
on
pick's
ESPN.
looking lit. I ain't gonna lie to you guys.
All across America, more people are choosing Nissan. It's America's best sales event at Nissan, the fastest growing auto brand in the USA. Take on every day. Get 0% for up to 72 months on 13 models.
On opening day, when the first team came out to play, as soon as we turned on that scoreboard, it fizzled out and it was dead. We knew we had to do some extra fundraising. It was going to take more than a year. So I wrote the Helpful Honda guys.
How's it going, everybody?
Today we help some little leaguers, and we can help you too with a great deal on the award-winning Honda. Right now you can lease a 2017 Civic LX for just $179 a month plus tax. And the Civic is the best-selling car in California.
Having that scoreboard back up, tears came out of my eyes.
Is helpful because
Yo,
that's
the
where
Lakers
most
just made a
basketball
fire
arenas are.
pick.
Which player has the best shooting range tonight?
Yo, if you like this channel, be sure to
Obvious,
subscribe,
thank
bro.
you for setting up a discussion for us. Spurs on the clock.
We're 50 subs away from hitting 112,100.
Captain Obvious pose, JB. Who is the
And
best
bro, I
shooter
upload
out here?
NBA content usually.
Best shooters left. Semi Ojeleye of SMU is a very good shooter. Frank Mason of Kansas is probably the best shooter left, but he's small. I don't know that he's going to go in the first round. That's a good question. I think you'd want some size with it, but I'd say those two guys.
Okay. So the Spurs with the penultimate pick of the first round Commissioner Adam Silver is going to be on the job for a couple more picks here in Brooklyn tonight. Let's see who the Spurs are taking. Oh, he's not ready now. I'm told. I guess Adam Silver will be there in just a minute. So the Spurs dealing with the likelihood of remaking their roster a little bit. We've been reading things over the past couple days that perhaps LaMarcus Aldridge is being shot, Manu Ginobili coming to the end of the run for a while. What do you think the Spurs need to do here?
Point guard. Tony Parker has gotten older at that position. Obviously, his backup is going to be a free agent. And you brought up Frank Mason. He probably won't go in this spot, but he's a winner. And what ends up happening at this point in the draft in particular, you got to reward intangibles that sometimes aren't statistics. And this is a guy that has continued to show that he can be productive regardless of the situation he's put in.
Whatever they do, look at Reese referred to this. Ginobili chosen 57th overall. Tony Parker 28th. DeJounte Murray just last year 29th. Kyle Anderson 30th. These are people who contributed to big-time playoff teams. Kawhi Leonard at 15th. That's like them picking a
Yo,
top
I love
3
Josh
pick.
Hart.
You know, since they did have a
Josh
couple
Hart
high
pick's
picks,
lit.
Duncan and Robinson obviously, but they have so many guys they find late in the draft in these kinds of situations that contribute.
If they're looking point guard, Nigel Williams-Goss of Gonzaga is still on the board. You've got Monte Morris of Iowa State, Derek White of Colorado, who played Division III basketball before he transferred to Colorado and averaged like 25 a game there. Had 50 in an NCAA tournament game. So if you're looking for value picks, he's one of those. But those are the point guards, I think, that would be left.
You see, as Michael mentioned, Ginobili and Parker were not right at the top of the draft board, and that sort of turned out all right for them. And Jalen referenced the backup Patty Mills, who is an unrestricted free agent as well. So what will San Antonio do with this pick is they sort of have to massage and reshape that roster just a little bit. Now the commissioner is ready and headed to the podium.
We have another trade to announce. The Denver Nuggets trade the draft rights to Donovan Mitchell, the 13th pick, to the Utah Jazz for Trey Lyles, and the draft rights to Tyler Lydon, the 24th pick. And with the 29th pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Derek White from the University of Colorado.
This is my favorite story, favorite pick in the draft. Jay mentioned it. He had one scholarship offer to a 4-year school coming out of high school. It was the D2 University of Colorado, Colorado Springs, and now he turned into a first-round pick with the Spurs, Jay.
Really amazing. A smooth combo guard that played point guard for the Buffs. A really good finisher. He's got a good floater. Got to the free throw line. He was 5th in the Pac-12 in free throw attempts per game at about 5.5. So he understands how to get fouled. He's got good form on his shot and a little bit of a slow release on his shot. But he's used in pick and roll as a primary ball handler and did a really good job, I thought, for Tad Boyle. He's a good player. It's going to take him a little while, but going to the Spurs, you're going to be trained really well. I mean, how could you not love going to the Spurs? I mean, it's a perfect landing spot for just about any player, and especially with the track record they've got for finding value late in the first round, because they're always picking late in the first round because they're so good.
What's greater, their scouting or their player development? I mean, there are people you get, and people say, oh, well, you know, he went to the Spurs, and you're like, would he be that good if he was somewhere else playing and practicing and being coached every day?
Well, but it's like going to the New England Patriots. They're going into a great culture, and you fit into that culture, and they have high expectations. You're playing with other really good players, so you get to go in and blend in when you're a younger player. It's a great system.
And the thing that gets overlooked, and I think if Golden State Warriors still would have won a championship, obviously, but they were losing by 20 points while Kawhi Leonard was in the game. When they were playing against the San Antonio Spurs. And they clearly would have won game 1, which means that would have turned into a long series. But so the Spurs, they always seem so close, but never so far away. In particular, as long as they have Kawhi Leonard and Coach Pop.
There's culture there. Is there anything else that you see in terms of player development that have made them successful? I mean, culture, I think, is really important. Anything else they do?
Star in your role. Because what ends up happening is so many times as players, you get away from the core of your game, and people draft you, but they don't develop you. They continue to develop players and get the maximum ability out of each one.
And they improve as shooters. Chip England is the best shooting coach I know of, and he's the one that made Kawhi Leonard into the shooter he is now.
Been a good one, and here comes the final pick of the first round. As we told you just a few moments ago, Jeff Goodman reported it. Lakers are going to end up with this pick, a deal with the Jazz. Tony Bradley's on his way to Utah. Jazz going to make this pick.
Last of the guaranteed money.
With the 30th pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select
Josh Hart
from Villanova.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Love it.
So Derek White.
That marks the end of the first round. Thank you to the great fans.
All right, guys. Do you want me to stream the second round? One in the chat. Get me to 2,100 likes if you want me to stream the second round. I'll stream it.
It took us into the final 2 picks of the first round to get the first 2 seniors selected tonight, and Josh Hart, which feels like a Spurs-type pick, selected by Utah on his way to Los Angeles.
Josh Hart, the Eagle Scout, just really had a great career. He's a wing finisher, really tough, an excellent guard rebounder, and an outstanding defender, and one of the better guard offensive rebounders in college basketball, especially over the last 2 years. Primarily a driver, but he can really defend, and he'll be a rotation player, but his defensive presence and his finishing are the best-selling.
30 likes away, guys.
And all those merit badges. I mean, he's got to be the first Eagle Scout drafted since Bill Bradley, right?
To my knowledge, I'm not going to dispute you on that. I think that's probably true.
And again, intangibles, another winning basketball player. 51% field goals, 40% from 3.
Hart, a blue-collar guy with that Villanova attitude, and he makes it into the first round of the draft. First round is wrapped up. Only 2 seniors go. We started the night with a flurry of freshmen being selected.
Come on, y'all, it's time to rise up. Get your hands up. We're taking over the game. And if you're looking for change, I suggest you do the same.
Hey, shout out to y'all, man. All right, Snapchat and Instagram. Actually, let's do Twitter this time. Let's do a Twitter shout out. Y'all ready? You guys ready?
With the Travelocity customer first guarantee,
while I'm waiting,
we'll be navigating the local traffic.
Get help with hotels, free 24-hour flight.
if you follow me on Twitter, if you're following me on Twitter, your name's gonna be coming up here. So go ahead and follow me, and your name should pop up here. My Twitter's at TheFlightMike. Go ahead for it, bro. Go for it.
Ooh, he's gonna be there? Beta, do you think that it's gonna be the night that we start our wonderful life together? Beta, you hear me talking to you. I asked you a question.
Oh, I heard what you said. You ain't never gonna get with him. Catch the 2017 BET Awards Sunday at 8. Hosted by Leslie Jones.
Of course it's cold. It's German. It's good to be.
That's not really breaking news, bro.
You might not ever just stand there looking at it. You may never even sit in the back seat.
Hey, shout outs to y'all, man. We're 60 likes away from hitting 2,200, by the way.
Your movie and 1 snack box.
Can I keep the walnuts?
Yes, but I get to pick your movie.
Can I pick the genre?
Nope.
With the Blue Cash Everyday Card, you get cash back on purchases with no annual fee, backed by the service and security of American Express.
I sold my dream house to buy my first Domino's store.
What up,
I built my
Nomar?
store with my bare hands.
I use my college savings to buy my store. It means everything to me.
But we've decided to tear them down.
We love what we do, but not where we do it. Come and see our remodeled stores when you carry out large 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each every day.
Don't miss MLS Heineken Rivalry Week. Where do you stand? Sunday on ESPN.